Alrighty then, gamers. What's up? We've got a full house tonight for the first time in a while. A somewhat pleasurable surprise, considering that the sign-ups looked a little empty at the start of the week, but at the end, we got almost too many players to fit in this time around. But yeah, you are now watching Bounty Hunters, a 1-to-7 show match event for Guilty Gear's Drive. And I'm QK, your usual host for the evening for this little spectacle happening on a weekly basis. Let's take a brief glimpse at the card of the evening. We've got a ton of slightly more unusual matches planned for today, I would say. There's stuff like Ram, Jam, Zato, Asuka, Abba, Axel? Although I guess Axel's stonks have been on the rise recently, so you sort of expect to see more of them. Although that hasn't really exactly been the case so far. Anyway, lots of newcomers this week too. The slot number 1 would have us see 2 gamers making their debuts tonight, Vaex Slayer and Immaculée. The theme continues in the slot number 2, where Flakdo is gonna show us that shiny new DLC character, Jam. Number 4 slot will bring us Grizz, making their entrance for the first time on Bridget. And culminating in the slot number 6, where PRIDUZ, I think? Sorry if I butcher your pronunciations of your names. PRIDUZ Abba shows us, some Abba gameplay in a Poland versus Poland face-off. There's actually a chance that another Polish regional battle might occur on the last slot as well, depending on how Light's schedule aligns today. There's a chance we might not play the last slot as Ino versus Axel, but we'll have to see. And speaking, of course, countries that are gonna show up today en masse, we got Swiss Gang here to game all throughout the card, as Flakdo, M-Teen, as well as Wavy are representing tonight. The only recurring character on the roster tonight is Testament, so pretty diverse. Despite all the unfavorable changes to Testament, of course, seems to always be one of the sort of the more popular characters, no matter what the situation is, at least among Bounty Hunters regulars. That character is kind of cool, I can tell from experience. But yeah, let's bring up the cards and get our first pair ready to go. I think Vaex is already ready to rock and or roll. So Slayer, another character we don't see too often, was super popular around the time when he was introduced as a DLC. Was of course much more of a powerful character that time as well. Slayer stonks have been sort of normalized as time has gone by. Today gonna face a Ram. So definitely a little bit of dichotomy here between how these characters love to play. Slayer, of course, wants to get close in and personal, maybe do some of those Slayer shenanigans, move around on the horizontal axis. As Ram, sort of very standard, get in there, force them to block your mix-up in a guard crush situation, gets much stronger the closer to the corner you are. Which is ironically like slightly opposite of what like Slayer wants to do. You have the capability of going for a lot of left-rights if you don't have your opponent in the corner. Of course, you know, standard fighting game corner pressure still applies, and there is nowhere to run if you got your opponent's back towards the corner. I think we got our players lined up and we're sort of ready to go with the first one. Alright, here we go. Two players showing up for the first time. We got a Slayer, we got a Ram in the left corner, Vaex in the right one, Imma. And starting off right off the bat with those Slayer shenanigans, using that dandy step which bounces you around on the X-axis quite a bit. Now, counterplay usually, or rather the things that Slayer hates, is characters that can occupy that X-axis on the ground effectively. Ooh, that's a punish though! Into the corner you go, that is punishable here. 9 frame, really far-reaching reversal super from Imma. Oh, and a nice shimmy as well. Wow, that was it! That was just a couple of combos. Both these characters extremely explosive. Speaking of explosiveness, no cancel there into the fly swatters, which is, I think, the standard normal hit /5 heavy confirm nowadays. Press action here. Jumps out of it. Almost gets a punish as well. Ooh, the flip kick. Lots of horizontal reach out of that, so catches Slayer out of the dandy step. Ooh, nice, well placed 2S into the guard crash you go. Still holding on to one of those swords, gets a little bit too close, but Imma has so much meter to spend. But unfortunately, this is modern day Guilty Gear. No more of that super Archie shenanigans. You take the consequences if you let that rock. And those consequences echo in the upcoming RPS situations as well. Jump forward, coming down with the jump slash. Now on the hunt, guard crush, that's a +1,000,000 whenever you respect that slow pressure reset. That is Slayer's Master's Hammer. Puts you in a really awkward position. But players have gotten a little bit better dealing with that and not letting it rock for free. Speaking of not letting stuff rock. Reversal super into another. Where have I seen this before? Oh, but misses up the punish as well. Vaex with a lot of resources to spend. Look at the range! I mean, realistically, the dandy step will bring you back into that active range. But my goodness, that is one of the best ones in the business, I would say. Straight into the close slash. Have to spend the burst here, or don't really have to, but generally a good code of conduct if you get caught in the opponent's close slash. The hardest hitting buttons in the game. No proration whatsoever, no matter who you play in this game. Oh, and we got the steak full of butter. Super into the throw, looking for one more, tries to shimmy. This time though, Vaex doesn't take the bait. And gets out of there as well, but another Mortabato. I think like 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 already. Utilizing that long-reaching reversal to its best effect. And why should you not? Why would you not use your strong tools? Sending the sword, that's a little bit too far. Goes for the IAD still. And now corner pressure. We do hold on to one of the swords. At least one is usually required to have the standard feels good kind of corner pressure as Ramlethal. I guess you would much rather have the... Which sword would you usually like to have? I guess it doesn't matter that much, huh? This time the bait, I love that. And the punish with the full 100 meter. I think Imma's life was relatively low, but like, might as well burn it. There's no downside, I don't think. Imma's burst bar is full. There's no risk of giving the opponent any extra resources whatsoever. And of course, there's the dandy factor, finishing with style. Well, that's a little minus there. Doesn't quite reach with the far slash. Too slow to punish the flip kick, I believe. And connects the block string a little too high up from that jump move. Grab the sword too. Are we gonna send it? Goes for another flip, probably wanting to use it. Oh no! In the dead zone! The sword completely flies over Vaex's head, and we don't have to hold shit in that situation. Through the wall, looking for one more hit. Is that a safe jump? Answer, no, no, no. Imma, a little bit of a trigger finger itching there. Vaex not quite able to finish the job right away, but the 2D does take it in the end, evening up 1-1. Duel 1. All right, we're definitely here to game tonight. Backdash out of the massive 2 heavy range. Makes sense. Slayer has a lot of like very threatening round start options that kinda kinda like make you respect. Like you can't really exactly walk back from. Ooh, okay, we're just breaking the wall immediately. More to bother from a quotation offensive position, I guess. Although it was Vaex who was holding the frame advantage there. To the other side, that's one way to bait it, I guess. Throws the P Dandy. Where's that K? I forgot which way it goes. And an anti-air with the 5K. Good button. Definitely a character who not only boasts the massive range of the S and heavy buttons, but has pretty decent K buttons as well. Actually, the only like light button disadvantage on Ram generally has been the fact that she's not that great at comboing into her 2D. Calls out the empty jump. Into another one. Going for the round 3! Vaex not buying it this time. And so, 75 tension in the tank. We do block that. There's a burst available as well. Imma wants to end the game right here. Takes the gamble. Going down here would be a slight disadvantage for Imma. Getting out of there with the instant air dash, jump slash. Got the hit. Yeah. Vaex feeling the pressure. Had to use the burst, but does pay off. Now, luckily for Imma, because Vaex did have to use that burst, we are here on a relatively equal footing. Instant air dash, very floaty, kind for Slayer. Straight into the throw, and a little bit too far for the Rekka confirm. Now into a super. Are you kidding me? So basically, I'm not sure if that was a misfire on a confirm that could have been done a slightly different way, or if Imma is kind of testing the waters here. Can you actually punish this? Can you punish my Dauro on block? And if not, I get to hold all of these resources, all of this tension for the next interaction. Which definitely has some merit. Left-right shenanigans that Slayer has imposed upon us unfortunate bystanders for years and years, maybe decades already. This time, the bait is gonna come from the neutral jump. However, when you block stuff in the air in Guilty Gear Strive, it does force you into some amount of landing recovery, so not getting a clean punish this time around. Good scout there with the S buttons. Or I think it was a heavy button there. Cut the jump in. Players decent amount of meter. Ooh, the whatchamacallit, the mud punch ends up whiffing there for some reason. Start with the 6P. Patience from Slayer side. Bringing out all the options. Even though you have very sizable repertoire of threatening options at round start as Slayer, doesn't mean you always have to press it. Speaking of pressing here, definitely pressing when it's opportune moment. The Slayer shenanigans, avoiding strikes with Dandy Step. Can we avoid this? No, goes for a 6 heavy, tries to take her turn, but no dies. That's a big counter hit from Dauro. Misses to confirm, gets punished for it. Anybody's game still. We got the resources, but no trigger is pulled this time. Imma has definitely put the RPS on the table though, has sort of woken up with the Mortobato so many times that it's probably gonna be on the back of Vaex's mind for the rest of the set. Got him again from this position. And the throw. And then, what's next? Ooh, a little bit too far. I love this sort of assessing the situation as Vaex recognized that Imma was a little bit too far away, so was encouraged to press buttons, as we say on Wake Up. If you think the opponent doesn't have their melee timings on point, why not try to take your turn? That's gonna be a punish though, yeah. Flip straight into a close slash. A little bit of a connection, a little bit of a combo reset here. We definitely love those in terms of rewards. If it hits, speaking of hitting, quick 1, 2, 3. And catches the dandy step with a far slash, and then reversal out of it with a super. Vaex with a lot of resources, but Imma not too bad either at the moment. On a positive bonus, gets caught by the 6 heavy, the classic situational anti-air. Ooh, got them with the jump slash. And now the corner pressure, both swords are present, however, doesn't get to push it. And the script flips just like that. Oh, is that still punishable? Yes, it is. Or maybe Vaex pressed something. Ooh, that's so sexy. Using the horizontal movement, landing on a completely different side from Imma, and then punishes the landing. And now Vaex has all the keys of making this work. The throw. Burst is available on Imma's side. Goes for it. Starting to run out of options to reverse the situation. But maybe this is it. Goes for a shimmy. Vaex holds it. Smart stuff. Throws both the swords. Take the throw. And then the jump K had to actually do it. That was on the last minute. Last second. The jump K. Bursting immediately after seeing the leggy. That was quite impressive. A lot of players wouldn't be able to react in time. Does Ram actually have any Gatling strings out of that? I reckon when you go for like an air-to-air jump, okay, there might be another button. Like an S or a heavy button still. But maybe not. I'm not sure actually. Ooh, into the close flash. It's gonna be a forced wall stick. With the or rather not the universal, but the unique property of Slayers that you do stick the opponent to the wall with the pile bunker immediately upon hit. I think I saw a throw. Imma once again on point with the RPS. Ooh, nice delay there between the S and the heavy. But the dial into either the flip kick or the whatchamacallit, the Dowra. That was the case here. Does lead into a short punishment, as we do say in the industry. Speaking of punishment here, get the close slash counter hit. Neutral jump, maybe looking for another bait on Mortobato. I'm not sure if Imma actually had the meter there. Nice catch. Into Oki. Second part of the Rekka whips, it's okay. It's a forward moving special move after all. Another one of those. Yeah, if you're trying to push the opponent away with your FD, you have to be ready for those whips. It is part of the game. The Judy! Oh my god, the OTG Judy was not enough. I wonder if Slayer has more damaging options there. What about close slash? Does Slayer close slash actually cleave the floor? Ooh, got the Dowra this time with a reversal throw. And now, slightly minus on the low and high follow-ups of the dandy step. This time calls out immediately burst, immediate reversal, throwing all of the resources in order to try to stay away from the jaws of defeat. Once again, the shimmy works out for Imma. And sending the horizontal cleave on the sword. Usually that is slightly risky endeavor, because, you know, when you fire the sword, when you send it off, and if it misses, especially in this position where, like, you can't really enforce a mix-up immediately, I guess the downward sword is pretty good at full screen, but the horizontal is a little bit more of a precious resource meant for corner generally. But if your opponent is close to getting chipped out or killed, might as well. Even with a decent lead here, trying to catch Vaex doing something. That's the downward sword, the class of the leggies! But the vampire comes out of it victorious, and we have so much meter. Waking up with the 5B, immediate stick into last horizon. I think this might be enough. This might be enough with Ram Lethal's defensive modifier. Boom shakalaka! As a vampire boom. Start the 5K this time. The back walk does work out as a standard Guilty Gear Strive round start option. In the way that you can actually walk out of it. Slayer does have a lot of like round start options that you just can't walk out of. I think far slash and 2D being some of the usual suspects for that. Oh, misses with the flip kick. However, opponent not ready to react. Yeah, exactly the same situation as with the FD. Gotta be ready for those whiffs, gotta have the foresight, see the future. Not enough to just commit to the passive option a lot of the time in this gaming franchise. Oh, that's a punish. Yeah, picks it up with a close slash again. Good stuff. Oh, and again. 50 in the tank. This could be a case of one counter hit and it's over. I think the wall hasn't taken that much damage either, so can potentially cash out big here. Back throw. Out of the threat of the sword, gonna get a punish. Far slash does move you fast. And, oh no, but the cancel was a little too late. Or maybe the range. Who knows? I would have definitely done it, but now that 100-meter investment that was whiffed is gonna bite Vaex in the ass. Potentially, no meter to spend whatsoever. It would be so nice to YRC out of this situation. But no way, Jose. Gotta take this pressure. The explosion as well. Send another one. Take the throw. Pretty good fuzzy throws there for that the Vaex has been representing, but in the end, it is a round back for Imma. Oh my goodness, that missed 100-meter last horizon, I feel like was a stake, a nail on the coffin of the vampire, if you will. Who gets caught by Ondo? Burst into the corner. Imma still has an option to perhaps go for a counter burst. Doesn't even need to spend it this time. Spend it offensively. This is definitely like a feature of Guilty Gear Strive. I mean, older Guilty Gear as well. Nice bait here. Let's see the damage. We got 100. Opts to break it with a close slash instead. It's actually like a relevant choice you have to make in this version of the game. If you want to spend the 50 and get the hard knockdown, it'll cost you quite a bit, because if you would break it without the super, you would build up a ton of meter, which you actually don't in the modern versions. That positive bonus does not do anything while you now have meter build penalty. Oh, that was a really high catch there with the It's Late. Leave it with the Master's Hammer. Imma not having any of it. 100 meter. There it comes again. Vaex is starting to have a really... Oh, and there's so little life left on Imma at the moment. But this Vampire Punch surely gonna delete every single pixel of it. And surprisingly, as good of a hunch that Vaex has had on these wake-up situations and sort of reading the more to battle as we are leading deeper into the set, surprisingly has lost like many of the previous games, but now maybe a turning point here. Oh, that's a sexy bait. Don't even need the shimmy. The backwalk shimmy this time. The player is very conscious of the potential fuzzy throw options. Yeah, the fuzzy throw once again, and catches them with the air throw. Old school Guilty Gear style. Forcing the rock to push Vaex into the sword explosion. Swinging a miss and a throw. This is what starts the fun. Let's see what we can do here. The jump out attempt gets pulled down on the ground by It's Late again. 1, 2, 3, punch him. Imma still has some resources spent here and should probably spend all of them. Reversal super, can be burst, immediate burst, last ditch effort. Imma has so little life to spend that drops the combo. Tragedy, storms our RAM player. But in this position, especially when you're down on games, rather down in games in FT7, no mercy should be shown to your opponent. We're here to make history happen. And as we know, history only remembers the winners. Maybe. maybe not exactly. Oh, that's gonna be a punish though. I think could have potentially RC'd, but was maybe in the middle of a hit confirm. This is gonna whiff as well. Let's see what Imma wakes up with. Just a neutral check, no buttons. I think you generally can't even do that in Guilty Gear Strive, because you like forcefully take out of the opponent's hits. Pushing towards the corner. Looking for that one hit. That could be it. Not quite enough. I wonder if the Saprabato would have been enough damage. I think it's the more damaging of the special moves, right? Saving the sword. However, Vaex, presence of mind here to hold the FD as the chip damage dealing special moves are coming in. Jump out to 2D and with the flip skid. Yeah, the spacing is definitely delicate there for a lot of Ram's special moves. Once again, the FD pushes more the battle away. I see a close slash. That's gonna be a counter hit, and the shimmy. Immediate burst from Vaex. Outmaneuvers the sword as well. This would be big counter hit. Imma knows it. We need to waste time to get that really important resource. The sort of resource that is not reflected in your gauges. The swords, once thrown, take a couple of seconds to come back. And sometimes even more. That's gonna be a comeback here by Vaex. Threatening to take it maybe 5 points each. Our first match of the evening on Bounty Hunters. With the floaty instant air dash, doesn't quite get there. Our Slayer, finds a close slash. Quick 1, 2, 3, put them in the corner. Back throw, does the same. And this time goes for the strike. Basic fighting game stuff. Go for a throw, go for a throw. After that, they definitely are on the same page as far as RPS is considered. And then you make your move. Resources once again, mashes with the 2D, flips it around. Just Slayer things. Both players accumulating it. What was that? What was that? What are those? What is the 2S? Anti-airing Vaex out of what button was that? It was the, I think it was an instant air dash jump slash. Ends up getting completely clipped by the amazing hitbox of the 2S of Ramlethal. Gold burst as well. That ensures positive bonus and a lot of meter advantage going into this exchange. Even though we got I like that. Actually landing in the corner, and with Slayer's combo routes, you can definitely make these left-right side switches happen pretty comfortably. If you know your way around his combo theory. One more hit. So many different ways of making this happen. 100 meter, 1 pixel, opponent only with 75 burst. This could be an explosive comeback. Or rather, equalizer this current predicament. Ooh, clip them with the 5 heavy. However, a little bit too far. Nice with the 5k juggle into a dash cancel, flip sides. Instead of opting to do cash out with the max damage, favoring the more important factors, such as screen position. Gotta think about stuff like this. Another bait again. Is that gonna be the death of Imma? Go for it! Eventually it's gonna hit, right? What are we doing with the 100 on the vampire? This is to confirm. We can RC here. Yep. Okay. Whew, the first spectacle drawing towards its end, but the advantage is still on Imma's side. Yeah, the backdash and putting those active frames out there with the far slash and the 5 heavy, controlling so much space. And I think, especially with 5 heavy's active frames, like if you want to control the X-axis that we were talking about earlier from Slayer, you generally want to combine it with active frames as well, so you can just happily leave like a hitbox on the screen that lingers there for a couple of moments, a couple of fleeting moments in this dance that we call Guilty Gear Strive. Through the wall, goes for a chip. Can he jump out of this? I don't think so. Not after the flash. Smartly, Vaex holding onto the FD, but it's not gonna be enough. Set point Imma. Looking to make history on her entrance match. Oh, but got them with a 2 heavy. And any counter hit, as you may know, leading into very decent resources. Oh, that's a counter hit as well. Just watching the soon-to-be corpse of Imma tumble down. It's all tumbling down from here on out. Maybe, who knows, Vaex still in it to win it. but need to get this game before we get to the completely even-Steven situation. Starting with a 2 heavy. Imma backdashing out of there smartly. So dangerous, delaying the button presses once again. The /5 heavy. Finding its mark. Glow slash as well. Is this it? 100 in the tank. She breaks. She advances. Neutral game. Imma to the other side. Crosses with the IAD. Hitting a counter hit. Swords intact as well. Holding onto the FD on Vaex's side. But how much can he hold? One hit or one leggy is all that does it. Imma triumphs victorious over Vaex in a double debut match in a nail-biter of a set, starting out the evening. Wow-wee. Yeah, it's gonna be a hustle tonight. 7 matches as well, so it's reasonable to assume that we might go past the usual 9 p.m. mark as well, depending on how the matches go tonight. So strap on, bring your favorite nourishments along. I know I do have mine right here, the good old water. It's been a pretty hot day in Finland today, so you are living in a similarly scorching region at the moment, although I guess historically, or like whatchamacallit, not a very scorching region around the year, but at the moment pretty rough stuff here. Blame climate change, maybe. What's next? So Flakdo, another player making their debuts tonight. Gonna go up against Sunny's Testament. In another very interesting character matchup. We got the Testament, a crowd favorite. Or favorite of definitely many characters, and a lot of players love these underdog stories as well. And I think it doesn't get much more underdog at the moment than Testament, as far as the sort of the balance discussion is concerned at the moment. And on the left corner, we got the new DLC goodies in the form of a jam. Definitely a character that has maintained her heart and soul between the games. I think it's really like very common for a lot of characters that get sort of transferred, or rather a lot of characters that have made the transfer from like XX Exert to the Strive world. A lot of them have kind of retained their spirit in the translation. Although I would say Testament is one of those that necessarily haven't. Testament is actually one of the more radical characters, or rather radically changed characters, from a sort of a trap zoner into this just a pure projectile zoner in Guilty Gear Strive. I don't know if you can even call Testament zoner in like older games. Testament used to be a lot of different things. It's like a trap character at heart, but as it's sort of customary in Guilty Gear games, just able to do all sorts of different things. Because all Guilty Gear characters are usually pretty aggressive, so if they get in a rushdown position, able to pressure the opponent to Kingdom Come. Like Old Testament had it all, literally. It's the offense, the defense, the setups, the set play, the zoning, the damage, the rewards, the control, the everything. I think that's like probably one of the reasons playing into why Testament is still very popular. I think there's like two reasons. My top two reasons are, of course, the merits of the past. Very beloved character in older Guilty Gear games, but also the sort of the visual remake or the whatchamacallit, the audiovisual remake, really on point, I would say, in Guilty Gear Strive. Depending on like what sort of demography or how do you pronounce this word? Like, depending on your ideals that you represent, this character is extremely hype in terms of what they represent. But I guess that like the single most disappointing factor, perhaps, if you used to be a Testament player and are expecting this like the exactly same kind of stuff in Guilty Gear Strive, generally bad news for you. It's gonna be a little bit different. It is slightly different than in the past. But Jam though, Jam is still Jam. Jam is definitely a Jam, a gorilla, very hard to control character at heart. Able to apply pressure, neutral skips, a lot of threatening things from even mid-screen, even further than mid-screen. We have that classic puffball, able to engage with those DP-like, fill the screen with red kind of hitboxes that are really hard to contest. At least they are not plus on block in this version of Guilty Gear Strive. Or sorry, Guilty Gear in general. Guilty Gear Strive is much more about, and also like, whatchamacallit, we're kind of waiting here to get both of our players in the game, so I'm stalling for time talking about stuff. There's also a possibility we might do like Niemi versus Emtin first if we don't have Sunny available at the moment. Sometimes get carried away and stall a little bit too much without like checking up on the players. Let me ask around. Let's see if Niemi and Emtin are potentially ready to rock it. Okay, the inquiry has been sent. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Got Emtin raring and ready to go. We got Niemi as well. Okay. Let's do that one first. And we can see if after Niemi and Emtin, if Sunny is available, we can go back one slot and play Flakdo's match then. So scratch all that, we got a slightly different kind of matchup coming up next. Potemkin versus Zato. Two explosive characters in their own way. Potemkin, of course, being a grappler, you know what it's gonna be. Getting close and personal, get a couple of hugs, absolutely annihilate a character with very few, like, defensive measures and a very low defensive modifiers as well. As I think Zato is one of the rare zero guts characters, as well as possessing slightly below average defense. modifier is the defense modifier might be roughly around like maybe slightly lower than average if memory serves, but definitely a character that takes a lot of damage at all points of the match because this character has no guts whatsoever. But what we lack in defensive capabilities, we definitely make up for it in terms of the options you can play from your pressure. Puppet character, the dreaded thing that a lot of people don't want to hear, don't want to see, don't want to smell, don't want to have anything to do with, because this kind of character in fighting games generally tends to be really, really hard to deal with if they get their game plan started. And the objective of M10 here is definitely gonna get the summon out, put Potemkin in a defensive situation where Potemkin as well, even though Potemkin does have a lot of EHP and does have the modifiers, the defensive modifiers to take a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of like super good options to reverse the situation once the opponent gets their pressure started.
They blame the beasts. Heaven or hell.
But one mistake, one missed meaty, one opportunity to reverse the situation is often that this character needs to bring it home. Absolute monster that has sort of dominated not only the actual competitive landscape, but has also dominated the convo, the competitive convo as per, like, you know, who are the viable characters, who are the best characters, and, you know, the tier list talk and stuff like that. Ooh, that's gonna be a punish there. Hammerfall on break, or rather on block. And we got the Eddy Gate ready to go. BRC to get a couple of, oh my goodness, that was the plan at least, to get a couple of mix-ups in before we summoned the little guy. But Niemi had other plans, putting emptying on the back foot. Daring dash form, oh my god, powering through the, I think it was a Pierce. That definitely can happen, because you can run through the puppet, which generally can produce hitboxes, but does not produce a push box. So you can generally just run through whatever the puppet may sort of be cancelled into or represent, including but not limited to the whatchamacallit. What's the shield? The oppose. One of the defensive options that you can utilize your friendo for. Again, the 6 heavy on block into nothing. Ends up Niemi getting a buster in. Misses 2 heavy pickup. Now time to go into the blender, but again, the overheads into a buster. Might as well test the waters if the opponent is not keeping their pressure strings tight. You know, one buster is all that it takes. Sent the little guy flying to the other side. Sandwich, of course, is the technique of choice. Oh, this time canceling to the strange hiccup there in the connection front. Yeah, it's gonna be a punish. If you commit to those fully armored moves on Potemkin, ring on the opponent's block, usually some sort of punishment is guaranteed. Riding off the unsummon here. Eddy Gate ready to be spent. Creates the... Oh, that was a tricky cross up with using the Break the Law. And a Sun Void to refund the Puppet Gate. Once again, unsummon. This pressure is flowing so well. I always say the ability to control your Puppet Gauge and not going bust before it's time to burn. One of the most important features for just about any Zato player. It's like you're technically a sitting duck in a way. Oh, the 2P. Was that a 2P? Using 2P to low profile under the heat tackle. Interesting. Trading into the puppet move here. So Entim, after spending a couple of more frames on the warpath, this time keeps it tight. Yep. The puppet working in tandem with the master this time around. Wall break should be guaranteed if you want to take it. Does do so. Niemi has resources though, naming the 50 tension that we can spend here to force our way in. But the hammerfall break kinda slow on frames. Half of Emtin's life gone. Take them with a 5P into Hammerfall break. Very classic Potemkin-looking pressure from older games, although the Hammerfall pressure is slightly weaker in Guilty Gear Strive, of course, because the Hammerfall break itself has been made much slower. Oh, but that's one way you can utilize it in Guilty Gear Strive. What it lost in recovery frames, they did give it the extra armored frame, which hasn't been there in previous games, I believe. So if you time your break as they are trying to hit their button just right, you can power through a lot of things. Speaking of powering through things, flying to the completely other side, utilizing Heavenly Potemkin Buster, definitely not its intended original function, but the Potemkin players have creative ways of utilizing that move. Very nice angle here. Spitting Eddie to the other side to create the yummy sandwich. Oh, this offense definitely yummy. Cashing out, we were able to get the unsummon as well, so don't have to spend Sun Void to break the wall. We can break it with the more damaging super, and that little bit of damage could be the make or break here. Not quite. Not building the 50 in time. So Emtin does have to suffer a little bit of the, the famine period. Ooh, nice wave punish there. With the break the law, or sorry, not break the law, the invite hell. To what seems to be one of the public enemy #1s in Guilty Gear Strive at the moment, Potemkin 6 Heavy. Such a strong neutral tool in the current version. Much more difficult to whiff punish and much more difficult to sort of evade now that it kind of pushes you forward a little. And yeah, it's combined with a lot of Potemkin changes. Just a really difficult button to avoid in the current patch. Oh, we end there once again with the Hammerfall break that Niemi definitely loves utilizing. And there are many different ways of enforcing RPS, and that is one of them. For Potemkin into a pressure sequence. Oh, that's gonna be really nice. Able to bring the Eddie back. So the little bit of extra meter that Emtin was able to build from that exchange, baiting the burst, giving just enough tension to get Sun Void out and to refund the puppet gauge. Speaking of refunding, the jump B extremely important. Able to waste enough time to get into this pressure sequence. Speaking of spending time or wasting time, the command grab completely resetting the situation. And the throw! Look at this! Look at this! Disgusting stuff from the puppet characters!
Mankind knew that they
Absolutely textbook perfect! Again, one of my guilty pleasures on these the resource management characters is sometimes just not even looking at the screen fully, just looking at their resources and checking sort of the decisions that they make during their during the situations that they have to go through, and being like, oh my god, they are making all the right decisions and making their resource management sort of seem like a resource suggestion sometimes when they manage to do it so well. No anti-air this time. Niemi gets it up. Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? The 6 Heavy goes for an anti-air with it. For some reason, I don't know what it is about Potemkin 6 Heavy this patch, but it seems like a really, it seems to anti-air people really well. And I don't think it used to be like that in the previous patch. What happened? I don't know exactly. You tell me. You tell me, chat room. You Potemkin specialists. Why it's so hard? Why is it so hard to jump over that now? Yeah, 6 Heavy. Oh, that's kind of smart. Delaying the heat tackle cancel so that Emtin disengages the oppose. 5B into the tick. Armor break, buster, thingamajig, evening it out 2-2. The reaction check of the ages. Are you ready to press the button as the opponent? There we go. Press the button exactly like that. Emtin definitely familiar with RPS. Not letting Niemi get away with murder all the time. That was a really nice angle. So I was complaining how difficult it is to sort of deal with that, but I guess Sato has some unique countermeasures because you can float in sort of a position where you're not threatened by the 6 heavy at all using the flight, and can even engage, sort of approach on the opponent by being really high up in the air and still maintaining some of your cancel options or trajectory changing options. We're going for an air throw here. I like it. I generally like if you're going for an anti-air against Potemkin, because Potemkin has that jump D, the butt cheeks, the classic, which can sort of pose as a dive kick kind of a move. Wait, was that a break the law fuzzy? Or sorry, break the law chibi there? Becoming perfectly untargetable, going underground and dodging the reversal Potemkin Buster. Working in tandem with the bodies. Yep, completely out of the reach of the command grab this time. Send the Froggy. Unsummon as well. Look at how this flows. And now, so many resources to go for the Sun Void. If M10 wants to refund the little Eddy Gauge, you don't necessarily have to do it. You can play it out like this and stall for time. The summon, the mix-up, here it comes. Niemi manages to jump out of the pressure though, so not having to deal with the final mix-up at all. Oh, there was a PRC with a red Roman cancel that would have poked Niemi out of the armor. But because the PRC does not produce a shockwave, that did not work out. The jump B, put the grappler on its place, on the ground. Blocking this sandwich pressure, it's not gonna end. We have the resources for the Sunboard, however! Niemi goes for the Idaret Buster. That's gonna be a kill, right? It was supposed to be M10's run to take. But the daring throw there. Grapplers finding their ways. Ooh, just because the 6 heavy going online. It was a really precarious timing for M10 getting the 2k there before the fist strikes down from Potemkin. No multiple hits here, so can't break Potemkin out of the armor. Into the Buster we go. That's half of your life gone. Who wants to cash out or maybe switch positions here? Double jump, trying to avoid a pose. The 2P RC immediate. Can we switch positions? Not quite. Ooh, the combo choice kind of cool though. So maintaining the resources and unsummoning there at the end. The cost is, however, oh, too far! The Potemkin Buster is gonna annihilate the Zero Guts Zato. It feels so bad the closer to the end of the round you get, where other characters would usually gain Guts, this mechanic that gives you higher defensive modifier the lower your life total is, does not exist for characters like Zato or Faust and, you know, that kind of characters. Oh, the classic. Hold the shield down, 2 heavy counter hit from the main body. And now, party goes on to the other side. How do you block? The answer, usually you don't. The way you generally address these puppet characters, these characters that are aggressive as all hell, you gotta beat them at the neutral. Ooh, speaking of the neutral, 5-day counter hit, immediate burst from M10. We got the Buster again. One more to bring it home. Got the backdash, didn't want to take the Buster, but that's the crux, that's the whole crux of these grappling characters. You create the threat with the command grab, and once you have the fear in them, then you go for the strike. But now the other end of the spectrum goes for a burst bait there, but Niemi, knowing that they don't have to go for it yet, holds it. Turning the situation completely around. Ooh, nice timing on the 2K. Immediately into spit the little guy to the other side. A little bit too far with the Potemkin gun, aka Garuda impact. Let's see the situation here. Unsummon into another nice sandwich. I like this. So I think the power level of some of these pressure strings is a little lower, or the combo strings is a little lower than like max cash outs for M-Pin, but they flow really well. You can apparently end a lot of these sequences in just having almost full puppet gauge. Is this gonna kill? I think this was this a close clash starter? If so, this is gonna be the end of M-Tin. No, still getting the guess at least once. Goes for the burst! Ooh! Ooh, the tough choice there. Which resource are you gonna spend in order to try to reversal out of the situation? Reversal burst, or potentially the reversal super available. But if you go for the burst option, there is no way out afterwards. You take the combo and you're out. Ooh, again, the reversal buster, or rather the Idaret buster as they call it. Spending the PRC to flip positions may be worth it. Positive bonus being awarded to Niemi. Ooh, again, the aggressive dash forward gold burst. We are so healthy in terms of resources. Yep, and now, because the puppet gauge was gone, and M-Team had so many tension resources to spend, you can sort of hedge the resources that you have and spend the tension in order to try to, you know, alleviate the pressure and waste as much time as possible in order to let that gauge recover. It is, I forgot how many seconds exactly this patch. It was 8 seconds in the past, but it's more like 6 or less nowadays, if I recall correctly, something like that. Right, escapes the drill. Uh-oh. This is how it starts. We flip the positions again. Can't break the wall. And then says we're not ready to take it just yet. Takes out the shield. Counter hits, multiple hits. Yeah, that's the classic Potemkin counter. If they're trying to force their way in, utilizing Hammerfall or Heat Tackle, just having multiple strikes available will break Potemkin out of his armor. And now, hunting for the last hit. The drill actually ends up tagging Niemi on the jump out. Striking from the perfect angle again. Niemi using the burst early, not getting punished too bad from swinging out these big wide armor moves. Ooh, having to work solo. A little bit more Eddie Gauge is all that M-Team would ever want. That's a counter hit 6 heavy. Doesn't get punished too bad, I guess. Tumble to the corner. I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Is that gonna be it? Cashing out? FRC? This is fairly efficient in terms of tension economy, but I don't think this is gonna kill. Is it? Oh, is it? I think if you got Heat Knuckle, that would have probably killed. But here comes the reversal, or maybe not. Both players spaghetti on the floor. Niemi going for the wrong conversion, and then M-Team unfortunately dropping the combo. Had the opportunity to run it back. If only that combo was finished. I think that would have been enough, even on a heavy boy like Potemkin, honestly. Ooh, getting cracked from the unsummon pressure. We got the hunch. But on M-Team's side, that was kind of interesting interactions there. So put on the shield from the puppet, was able to withstand a hit and then bring about this change here. This is an unsummon gauge, so the puppet gauge will recover pretty fast. Goes for a hard bait, spends 50 for it, but Niemi not ready to take the bait, at least not yet. Drawing closer to the end of their life bar. Is this a kill? I think Potemkin survives here. There's no OTG available for Damn Fang. Yeah, even still, no matter how many resources you have, that's a really tough position to be. After Damn Fang, after all, you do get almost all of your puppet resources back. And that means the party is not gonna end anytime soon. Speaking of which, exactly what— oh my god, how does Niemi find all of these Idaret busters? PRC side switch, break the wall immediately. And now, M-Team with the full burst goes for it! Okay, this is a commitment. We're basically saying from M-Team's side, we want to take this. Well, the gold burst kind of smart there though. So if M-Team commits the burst resources, at least we got the gold burst, which kind of brings like around half-ish of your burst resources back if we fail, which ended up being the case here. Ooh, that's not a healthy start to your round at all. Into guard rush. Ooh, good use of FD though, trying to push Niemi as far away as possible. We're going into this FRC conversion again. Should be able to build resources immediately after this wall break. M10 on his last pixel goes for the hero gold burst, or rather not hero, but an aggressive gold burst again. Far slash hitting multiple times from a perfect distance. Oh, this could be a comeback. Emtin absolutely needs this. If Niemi steals this round again, he's gonna run away with the momentum. We need to flip the momentum for this set. Tap them with the 5D. Get them with the mix-up. Sun Void returning all of the resources back, and you have to hold this no matter how much resources you have here. I think the only thing you can do is go for a full burst. But can you? The burst will have to come out, so never mind! We don't need those bursts! We're fighting! The gap in the pressure, Niemi once again has been breaking these sequences with the command grab, but now Deems, that's a 5-framer. We're not gonna need that. We're just going with the 2-framer instead, the normal throw, which is much faster option. Still possesses the extended throw range of grapplers. Okay, that's a good decision here. Throwing past the oppose. The worst thing that you can do against Zato's oppose is to strike into it. Generally puts you in recovery without being able to utilize the hitbox that you just put out there. So basically nullifying your hitbox and then put you into forced recovery. Got it by the collar. I didn't even realize, but Niemi is sort of on a set point here. So potentially one buster away. That was really close, too close for comfort here. That could have been M10's show match life here. Now the comeback. Somehow break the momentum. Is that it? That wouldn't kill, would it? Not quite. We don't have the 50 meter. Gold burst again. Ooh, Oppose taking the hit. Trading with the cheeks. Ooh. Cut them into a hard knockdown, trying to force their way in with the armor, but M10 stays tight, still in it to win it, or perhaps at least survive another day. Whatever the case ends up being, M10 has to work so hard. Ooh, look at that! The oppose was active there still, or rather already. Quick oppose into unsummon, recover all of those resources. Jump K into, ooh, that was a very delayed heat tackle in order to try to catch the backdash. The air throw, a la OG Guilty Gear. Don't strike. Ooh, I said don't strike. It was actually the opposed strike there that caught Niemi out of the jump in. 5B this time completes the combo instead of going into the hammerfall break pressure. Into the corner you go. Take this mix up. I don't want to take this mix up. Get me out of here. The power of friendship pushes forward. Sandwich. But it's not gonna be enough. And now Niemi has so many resources. Tries to push forward with the armor. Gets frame trapped. Is that gonna be it? Is that enough? M10 alive somehow by the last you know, the thread of life that the three sisters spin, or whatever whatever funny thing you want to call it. Okay, sends it. You can definitely send it on a character like Potemkin. Ooh, I send it again. Send the message. Send the invitation to M10's funeral. 6P, all of us know that was probably not an anti-air attempt. That was a misinput on Potemkin Buster. Quickly fixes the execution error here, putting himself once more into a set point position. It's gonna be almost as tough, if not even tougher, mountain to climb this time around for M10. Ooh, punish! No, not quite the 2K. A little too stubby. Into the loving embrace. Spent the 50. Ooh, this is the combo. What do we go for? Anti-air, air to air, both players on the same Yomi layer. It's over. Just like that. The explosiveness of Potemkin overcoming the overwhelming pressure of Zato. Niemi. The early couple of games, very, very even. But then Niemi was able to get into the groove and just absolutely disrespect most, if not all, of M10's pressure strings. And as they say, if you don't keep it tight against a grappler, it's lights out really fast like. Alright, let's see the status of... Do we have Sunny yet? I don't see any messages on the Discord side at least. So perhaps we should proceed with the matchup number 4 then? So that would mean the next one is going to be Grizz versus Detada. Alright. Shadow Wizard Money Gang action. We got that man, literally that man, Asuka. One of the most intriguing fighting game characters of all time. A character who is sort of like a representation of card games, if you will. Instead of having set in stone special moves, you kind of draw four options out of your deck at any given moment. Pick one of those special moves and then draw another one afterwards. It's kind of the flow of this character. Sometimes you have the heart of the cards and you have exactly the special move that you need for the occasion. Sometimes it's a bust and you have to somehow survive to draw better cards, to cycle your deck and to get the building blocks that you require to create your victory conditions. Extremely fun character to play, an extremely fun character to cast as well. And another one of those resource characters that you're probably, when you play this character, when you play against this character, and probably when you spectate games from this character, you're going to be watching the spell gauge quite often so that you can understand what is going on. Right, Grizz. On his first match on Bounty Hunters, bringing in the Bridget. How does Bridget fare against Asuka? I feel like we've had this matchup quite a few times on Bounty Hunters, and Bridget definitely has the range to sort of RPS the initial spell casts from far away from Asuka. Sort of very integral RPS for just about any character against Asuka is that you have to interact with the basic cubes. The stranger, the more rare spells are much more difficult to handle, but Asuka basically never starts with those spells. It's usually like test case 1 and very basic cubes. And as far as it's only the basic cubes, you can interact against with those. You can 6p them, you can poke into them, you can feed 5p into them, or, you know, whatever tools that your character has for producing sort of quick, fast hitboxes on the field, and then usually like canceling into one of your further reaching special moves out of those. But now, Grizz bringing in the heat, the set play of Bridget. Character that doesn't necessarily bring in the damage factor, but once you have your opponent knocked down, has very hard to interact with set play, forcing the opponent into high-lows, strike throws, sometimes even left-rights. Ooh, interesting. Jump back screamer start there from Detada. Catching the round start too heavy from Grizz. Now, the new sort of iteration of Asuka is that you can't really avoid going bust in terms of mana goes. So, besides the spell gauge right-hand corner of the screen, you see the extra meter that Asuka has that other characters don't. The mana, ever so important. Most of your special move actions consume it, but you also consume it by getting hit. But at the same time, it provides an extra layer of defense, making you one of the healthiest EHP character in the game if you have mana available. But if not, you are even softer than Chip himself. Here we go, got the mana back. Lots of high-lows in Detada's hand at the moment. Tries to power through all of it with sending Roger. Ooh, and a shoot from Kickstart My Heart, catching Detada airborne. It is not uncommon that you spend a lot of time in the air, especially when you need to cycle your deck. And a lot of, like, you know, super good spells are very good casted from the air. Makes you kind of inaccessible against a character like Bridget, who pokes from really far away, but she generally tends to poke on a grounded trajectory, on you know, on the X-axis instead of the Y. Ooh, nice shimmy there! The classic backdash into a counter hit. Now, what do we got from Detada's side? The good news for Detada is that we have quite a lot of mana still left to spend. so should be able to take at least one more heavy-hitting combo before it runs out. And we can definitely take a throw in those situations as well. The defensive modifier working for the wizard. YRC, get me out of here. My time to play. But once your mana goes low, it's really hard to bring it back. They did sort of eliminate the old mana recharging special moves that sort of spent your life or spent your tension in order to get you a lot of mana recovery, which is one of the components why this character goes bust so easily in this version of Guilty Gear Strive in Season 5. Ooh, here comes the rolling movement! Canceling into the Roger dive, being very difficult to anti-air. Detada out of mana here. Should be coming back in just a moment. If you can get there, should be pretty good. Send the cubes, the bit shift, level 3. We even have Arpeggio in hand, the gate. If you can manage to cast that, that would be almost a guaranteed win here, right? Good timing on the 6P. Ah, but the shoot misses. That would have probably been a kill for Grizz. But Detada happily takes it, says, thank you. Good sir. Look at that sexy counterplay. Normal throw out of Rock the Baby. PRIDUZ being one of the 2 characters in the game that don't have throw invulnerable command grabs. Leo being the other one. Oh, nice jumpy. That was kind of cool. Poking through the bouncing cube. Combo into Rock the Baby. That has regained the mana capabilities here. But a lot of these spells are not like immediately threatening. These are good spells for various mix-up situations and pressure situations. But that's how it goes in the Asuka land. Sometimes you draw spells that are not really serving you for the given occasion. This time with the 5P tick out of the Rock the Baby into a throw. Nah, this situation 5 heavy though. Look at that. Poking from beyond the black hole. That are ready to create it once again. Is there actually like a cooldown on some of these rods? Because you no longer actually have to draw the card for these staff spells anymore, but you now basically have them available at all the time, depending like which test case you're playing at the moment or which deck you're playing at the moment. All the 3 decks have their own 2 corresponding staffs. That was a funky looking combo, switching sides a couple of times with the 2 heavy. And again, I think at this point Detada has countered the Rock the Baby so many times that that's looking like a reaction punish, if you ask me. Looking like we're gonna get the first deck spectator disconnection of the evening, so hopefully let's see how this goes. Good news is that we haven't dropped any frames tonight, which has been kind of whatchamacallit, has been a little bit of a problem as of recent, especially towards the end of the show is where I'm not sure if it's my PC or if it's like the connection or what the issue is, but stream is often getting cooked towards the tail end of the show. So far so good though. Okay, I think the players didn't notice that we got a DC, so we're not gonna lose any footage. Jumping back into it ASAP. Damn, has it always been, or like has it only been like 2 games? It feels like we casted like several chess matches worth of stuff. I guess that's Asuka for you. That's that man for you. There's a lot of decisions, both from the Asuka player as well as the foe, to make. So it feels like you get machine gunned with sort of unstoppable wave of make a decision kind of a thing. Let's flip this back to rematch. Yeah, it's the problem has been for a long time that when there's like a connection hiccup between the players, that also kicks spectators out. And I think that's been there for the whole duration of Guilty Gear Strive's lifespan. Probably something like completely embedded into the source code or something that they just can't fix anymore. Maybe in the next game. Okay, they were working with the arpeggio that we were hyping up earlier. Once you get to cast that, creates two almost nigh impassable volleys of cubes that allow you to either cycle your deck, regen your mana, or just go for a series of mix-ups. I think the modern patches, you try to generally use those massive frame advantage moves to try to mix your opponent up and work on your victory condition, which is of course reducing your opponent to 0. We're hearing this with the power slash here. Ooh, immediate cast on the particle cube. That might actually punish. Yes, indeed. Tap the 5D. And that should be a kill. Wall break. Yes, indeed. Slap them with the book. Tried to go for an air-to-air, but near miss here. Detada working with just standard cubes, which means if we get back to... Whoa, wait. I think that was a small hit from the yo-yo coming back here, which kind of took Detada out of the combo. That 2 heavy is kind of cool here. Poking into the high-altitude black hole. For an F-Shiki here. And again, these have been, I think, notoriously low percentage conversions on average on bounty hunters. But Chris showing how it's done, showing how to make those conversions work. Yeah, look at that. So slow to recover mana here once you go bust. Chief leveling up in the background, actually shooting both of them, trying to go for a mix-up, utilizing the teleport here. Out of mana, we have to somehow goes for a throw. However, Chris breaks the jumping angle, utilizing the the special cancel capabilities. There is always an opportunity to go for at least one more Roger dive at the end of your jump arc. Ooh, attack the teleport as well. Slightly unfortunate assortment of spells here. We can use the Guard Crush spell definitely if we get close enough to cycle our deck. Even 2 of those, however. Really tricky this particular spacing against Bridget. And these spells are not doing any favors. Ooh, but the shoot without resources. Still not getting an opportunity to play. Detada gets knocked down by Chris once again here. It was looking like a situation where it's kind of like, do you want to have the spells that play neutral well against Bridget, or do you want to have the spells that like lock her down really well? Transitioning once again to the test case 3, where a lot of the high impact stuff is situated. Robust in terms of mana though. Time for Chris to run some pressure, probably uninterrupted as well, because Detada not quite yet at the 50 tension mark, and no burst to spend either. Fight heavy through all of those spell casts. Looking to potentially work on another mana break. I think if you get a hit here, Grizz would probably deplete the health before the mana becomes an issue. Although, of course, if Detada gets out of there, then the mana is a huge issue. Speaking of which, sending one singular cube that did not even find its mark. Starting with an instant air dash. Ooh, there we go. The well-needed successful cast on the cubes. I think employed the stack that slows down time there momentarily before going bust. Tried to be cheeky with the angle. Now in test case, is this test case 2 or test case? I thought the staff was from test case 2, but we are currently in test case 3 though. There is of course an opportunity to cycle between like multiple different cases. You could even see some players going for just a quick staff cast by switching to test case 2 and then transitioning into another test case immediately after. So the opportunities to make all sorts of fancy plays are definitely there. Ooh, the shoot is a little too short. Although I guess you would you much rather whiff it or land it on block with these resources? That are still very healthy in terms of mana, but not so much. Oh, there we go. Grizz went for a very aggressive DP there, trying to take back his turn. Not paying off this time around. Yo-yo set. But unless it's the sort of the passive yo-yo toss that generates hitbox while the as the yo-yo comes back, there's not a whole lot of like threat for you to not send hitboxes at Bridget either. Generally, that's like when you want to interact and potentially try to prevent Bridget going into the rolling movement. Exactly that tool. Can we get out of here? Let me play. Far slash. Nothing working. But this is the sort of the anathema of Asuka. Sometimes you get put in this very uncomfortable defensive position where you can't just do anything. If Detada tried to cast the long range overhead spell there, but getting still counter hit by the long reach of Grizz. Tried to go for the throw a little bit too early this time. The command grab finds its mark and Grizz blazing forward with a couple of really good games under his belt. The momentum has definitely been set in favor of Bridget here. Start with the casts. Got back some spells from test case 3. Right, able to weather the storm fairly fast this time around after the mana break. And again, yep. Definitely. Ooh, that's cool! Using the gravity increasing staff to make the cube just bounce a couple of extra times. Interesting hand here. So 3 Terametrons. The aerial approach is going to be pretty strong. I mean, you can definitely cast that grounded as well. In which case, I think it turns into a low spell, or rather a spell that you have to block crouching. Not a great hand, I must say. And even if Detada gets the mana back somehow, wouldn't have been a great position to return back to neutral in. Asuka is a really, really momentum-dependent hero. Switching quick into test case 3. Black hole staff down as well. This makes it infamously difficult to interact with the cubes. Grizz chooses to spend the burst here. Now this will give him an opportunity to pressure here. While Detada is very low on mana. Try to get a little bit of extra, but there's just no kind of coming back full time. You just eventually have to accept the fact that you are gonna go bust and cast your last spell. I mean, the faster you go bust, the faster you get all of those mana resources back as well. The forced feast and famine seems to be sort of the design philosophy. Ooh, nice dots on the... Or I think the unfortunate thing was that the type of cube that Detada casted there was a very slow moving, so you didn't quite get the immediate mix out of the teleport that you were looking for. But now, the particle sphere doing work here. Even on a low mana bar. Started with standard cubes and an overhead spell in his hand. Detada getting thrown. And getting mixed, question mark? No, weathering the storm here. And reading well into what Grizz wanted to do there. Wanted to set another potential pressure resetting sequence. And coming back slowly. How are we gonna get out of this corner pressure? 2 teleports, that's definitely one way that we could. However, the backdash shimmy, big damage coming in for Grizz. Set up the yo-yo in the air. No sir, says Detada, teleports straight into the guard. Once again, very slow acting spells here. Teleport in order to take some real estate back. Set the particle sphere. I think we should be able to cast the arpeggio here. Which Detada does. Right, fairly balanced hand here. Coming back into the game with the mana shield. Ooh, this is looking good. How does this actually interact? Ooh, the yo-yo is already on Detada, so the particle sphere has no opportunity to run its course. That's kind of the selling feature of the particle sphere super, is that it's extremely fast to start up, so it's likely that you might get it off, but it does not have any invulnerability whatsoever. So unless you can immediately tag the opponent with it, might not be able to reverse the momentum for you. Once again, if there's something that Detada has had absolutely perfect execution on, it's the reversal or the reaction throw on Rock the Baby. Lots of teleports in the hand. What are we gonna do with this? Alright, teleporting out. Stalling in the air. I think Detada, it would have probably actually been good to go bust here with the last cast. Oh, ends up not mattering though. Slap it with the particle sphere. When you don't have the mana, when you don't have the spells, you do still have some tricks up your sleeve. You can of course use your normals, you can use the cantrip spell that you have available. If you cast an empty spell slot, you still do get like a small projectile kind of a thing that you can try to utilize to get out of a sticky situation. Or you can use 2D, ground hacking projectile, or you can use your tension resources, of course, which tends to be the go-to. It's a very precarious hand that Detada started that sequence with. Oh, particle sphere. This time we do have the life to take the trade. Immediately into the reversal DP. And now the mana coming back. Has burst resources as well. Teleporting into an upward position. He's running the pressure, doesn't. Oh my god! The idea was to use Kickstart My Heart to basically skip into Detada's guard, but didn't quite get the tension there in time to go for the RC mix-up. Rolling movement does score a hit initially, breaking Detada out of the teleport, but not able to take the momentum, or rather grasp the momentum here. Detada still fighting back, even though a couple of games down, we are perhaps starting to find our stride. Burst spent. Ooh, lucky sequence of inputs here, taking Detada out of the corner. And now, with a very balanced hand, or definitely a hand that is suited for pressure, we do have the bit shift level 5 as well, so if you can build a little bit of distance between the two. Unfortunately, ends up casting the Terrametron defensively. Grizz, that time, was not willing to engage, and now it's balls to the walls, or yo-yo to the Poyo, or whatever you want to say. Particle Sphere into Roger Super. All this, luckily, gets in there from a very, very high angle. It was a very little that Detada could do here, not having the 50 tension to go, and the expenditure of potential deflect shield would have been extremely expensive. That is that one resource that carries between the rounds here in Guilty Gear Strive. One Screamer and a Dream. Able to summon a couple of different cards. 6P doesn't quite go online. And let's see the hand. We got a Screamer, we got a bit shift. And in test case 3, definitely do some stuff if we get to cast that Screamer, but again, the universal problem, how can we get out of this corner? Well, burst is one way to get your opponent off of you. Roger dive to the other side. DP's through a lot of cubes, however. Detada working a very safe spacing here. Screamer, wall bounce combo, immediate burst from Grizz. Wants to wrap this game up right here. Can we do it? Mana is not present. Anti-airs, or rather air-to-airs, the wizard out of there with a Roger dive. A hit so powerful that the spectating breaks once again. Alright, let's see. What's the next course of action? We do have word from Sunny, at least. Let's see what the verdict is. Okay, so it looks like we are gonna have Sunny's matchup after this, doing a little bit of TOing in between, while Grizz and Detada are fighting out of the lobby. Flip this back to oops. There we go. Okay. So Grizz having a lead here, 3 games up on Detada.
Mankind. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Okie dokie, starting with an aggressive yo-yo throw. Detada shifting early into test case 3, trying to teleport, trying to get a sneaky little pressure starter there, but Grizz having none of that stuff. Of course, if you're close enough to Bridget, you could potentially threaten with a teleport behind and take advantage of, you know, the recovery time of some of her further swinging pokes. Roger Super taking care of this round start. And a 5 heavy. Yeah, that button has been doing so much work in this matchup. Able to cleave from basically half screen away. 6p against the Screamer. Detada was a little bit too high in the air. Unable to bring the hitbox to align with the anti-air. Working with the combo, this is so much damage. Look at this, 0 mana Asuka. Yo, that's such a... Ooh, that's Tyrant Barrel level of damage. Maybe even more. But that's basically a showcase of how dangerous it is to be on the receiving end of a combo when your mana shield is broken. Comboing into the black hole with the Rainbow Cube. And what next? For a much more balanced hand here, teleport could serve as a tool to get out of the corner, but we need to get a jump off first. First to create distance, teleport into its free real estate. With the cost of, oh, no punish! Ooh, it was so close. Opening the gates, Arpeggio, doing good work preventing Grizz from pressing any buttons as long as it's, or as soon as it's out there. The close slash pressure, classic Guilty Gear stuff. I actually forgot if Bridget has a plus on block close slash. I think it is for her, right? There we go with the cute RBS. Goes bust on mana. We need to stall for time. Ooh, this is definitely gonna stall. Ooh, that's great! Transition into the Roger dive for Grizz, completely evading the super particle cube. And now, Mana Regen has been activated. We got some of those useful buffs. Is that some of the more powerful buffs have also reduced frequency in the test case 3, which is like one of the reasons why you see Asuka players unable to play this infinite kind of pressure nowadays. I think the amount of like buffs used to be 2 in the test case 3, and they reduced them down to 1 each. so much more reduced chance of drawing like something like a auto bookmark or a mana regen buff nowadays. And I think the same treatment happened for like test case 1 and test case 2 buffs. Just to make sure that Asuka does like guaranteed go into the bust state. But now let's see, we are busting here for sure. That's not a safe jump. 9-frame DP coming through, choo-choo. Grizz working with the juggle. Once again, good news for Detada is that the mana shield will hold for now, but the hand looks really poor. There's no offensive spells whatsoever, so we have to create one of our own with Punish here, with the Particle Sphere. And then, hand looking much better now. The overhead space, the whatchamacallit, the Comet, ends up finding its mark at the last mana. It's actually a decent recovery here from the mana regen spell out of test case 3, so we can potentially cast a couple more, but unfortunately the momentum has been lost and not regained since Screamer in hand. Potential space control here. Screamer is a really difficult spell, I think, against Bridget, because Bridget can kind of poke from a distance where Screamer is not relevant, I think. And I'm not sure how Screamer does actually interact with some of her, like, disjointed stuff, or some of her far-range stuff, actually. Scrape off the wall. Even... That's so much damage. Holy shit. Tap him with the 5D, but we didn't have the resources to convert, so... Even on hit, that's gonna be only ±0. Oh, that's a punish though. Close slash. Into. Open the gates. Around the world we go. Burst to get out of it. However, doesn't manage to enforce the pressure. Neutral kind of situation. Bit shift. Not able to hold Grizz in place. And once again, this... You know, this read, I think it's specifically a read against, like, the yo-yo set. If Asuka reads that, Bridget will go for that. You can definitely slap them with the Particle Sphere, which often enough ends up punishing. Oh, that was a really important poke. Able to get the hit in before Arpeggio starts spitting cubes. And now let's see who's spitting who. Ooh, again, the perfect timing here. Engaging before the cubes can produce hitboxes. And even if they do, they are kind of easy to poke into. Breaking with the loop. You have a little bit mana and a balanced assortment of spells. If Detada loses the yellow cube, though, it's probably going to be lights out. Because then we don't have any neutral tools. Last-ditch effort. Use the burst. Grizz has so much life, utilizing the very, the sneaky nature of Bridget, being able to stay airborne a little bit of extra, utilizing her special moves, such as yo-yo tosses, Roger dive, and the like. So Grizz in a really good position here, 6-3 against Detada's relatively new Asuka, if I've understood correctly. Oh, okay. Working from a safe distance. Making the DP completely whiff. Do it again. Goopy on the background. I'll fucking do it again. Yup. Oh, and a third time. Detada reads it though. Mana shield coming back as well. Would love to get in close and personal with this hand. Yeah, this is a very offensive hand. A really mix-up heavy, really pressure-heavy hand. There we go. Pressure has been achieved. Immediately goes into wires. He doesn't want to deal with any of that. I think that was a really smart choice by Chris as well. Recognizing what kind of hand Detada was working with and utilizing the resource, or like using the wires to try to checkmate him. Unfortunately, it doesn't end up working out perfectly at the end. It's definitely a resource management kind of fighting game, even if you're not one of these heavy resource management characters. Because the one having the last laugh usually ends up the one being, like the one who holds the tension advantage. Burning tension is often enough answer for just about anything again. The reverse, or rather the reaction throw out of Rock the Baby. And now, rocking his own tune, Detada, working with the corner carry, open the arpeggio. We got Screamer as well, and another arpeggio in hand. This is Danzo deal. Getting into basically what ends up being a checkmate scenario. Oh, come on. Game, please. Gaben, please. It would be really unfortunate if we lose the sort of the climax of the set. Grizz only needs one here, but Detada has not been looking too bad, honestly. It's all about the draw, all about the heart of the cards. And of course, just like with the characters that have that RNG factor in them, such as Faust, Faust has the same sort of features too. Even though it's RNG-based character, you can't always just blame the RNG. It's more about how to control the RNG, how to make the RNG flow, because you're still making huge decisions that can lead into like cascading turns of events where you either have an overwhelming advantage or you're just in a situation where it doesn't seem like you can do anything. It's a very polarizing character, this Asuka R. Cross. Which is why it's so damn important to try to... Oh, did I flick this off? Oh, I didn't. Let's do this. And then this. Okay. Yeah, it's like even if you're... Okay. So, really crucial moments here. Grizz needing only that one game victory. So one really bad RPS leading into a mana break, leading into potentially 70% life combo. Could be bad. Going into, I think there was a brief transition into test case 3 to take one of the buffs and then transitioning into test case 3 again. We're definitely cycling between the decks here, trying to get some of the best out of both worlds. I forgot if cycling through the different test cases costs mana nowadays. I think it does. Like every action basically that you can take as Asuka had its mana cost like slightly increased, and then the balancing factor is that, you know, the stats, you don't have to draw anymore and you can, you know, all that kind of jazz. Working with the juggle, Rainbow Cube. Allowing Detada to cycle the deck a little bit. There we go, Mana Shield is back. This is actually a good spell to have as your only spell in hand, because now if you get the cast, you can actually have a full hand of, yep, like that. Freshly baked spells. Basically like a short rest or even a full rest kind of a spell in terms of D&D. Sending the particle sphere, because none of these spells that we have left at the moment would reach full screen. And tough hand to manage. All of these very situational spells, but Detada being ready again once again with the throw. No command grabs were landed that day. Detada staying alive. I think if there's an MVP action that Detada has been leveraging, it's in defense, being able to counter almost every single Rock the Baby. And since Grizz has been so sort of insistent on sort of pushing that command grab option. Ooh, able to get the sneaky off. Teleport straight into a close slash, causing Grizz to have to spend the burst resource. But what value it has printed. Detada in the corner, in a mana busted state. No burst available. Oh, again! The baby throw. The sequence that sort of changed the destiny of these players, teleporting in place, trying to cycle the deck. Ball break, we do have basic cubes here, the RPS with, but not a whole lot of casts with. The day is drawing towards its end, and the wizard spell slots are expanded. Spent almost all of the plus frames that they got from the Particle Sphere Super to recharge mana. Yeah, these are the questions that you have to sort of leverage, or like ask yourself, what are we gonna do with the advantage? Arpeggio online, the rolling movement through all of it. Cycling the spell with chaotic choice and then some. Ah, that's too high. That's way too high. The frame advantage almost non-existent there for Detada out of the jump in. And now, set point Grizzchan. Getting a couple of good hits in. Oh, that was so sexy. Threading the needle, teleporting through the far range poke of PRIDUZ. But is that enough? Pop goes the weasel, as we say. Now having to wade through all of the mana, that's gonna take such a long time to recover. Put a little bit of tension on it. YAC buys a little bit of time, teleports out of there. Here we go. We got the big shifts, level 3s, or sorry, level 5s. Cause a lot of hits and deal a lot of damage. Chris tries to poke into it with the two heavy. Once again, it's worked out so well before, but doesn't work out here. Frantically cycling the deck. Give me something good. Give me something usable. 3 guard crushes. Ooh, we are in the position. Chris TP successfully. And a burst left. YRC, he's blocked. However, no punish. The timing is off. The timing is off. It's still anybody's game. Arpeggio, trade. That's probably good for Grizz. Teleport in place. We got some cubes, and even if we don't, the 2D got our back. The sweep, the very, very strange, unique sweep of Detadas or either Asuka's that can always provide you with almost a half screen reaching low. No matter what kind of spells you are holding in your hand. Double arpeggio. It's looking really good. We are gonna go bust here, but look at these cubes. Look at this. The farm of small little guys. Double arpeggio hand once again. If we get to cast this, would be great. We do have a burst, so it is reasonable to expect that Detada is gonna have an opportunity. Doesn't even have to spend the burst to get to blast some spells. And we go testicular torsion, or what's the meme spell? Like, I kind of botched that. Anyway, Mana Shield is back here. It shifts, buying some time. Spells are cast. They're not getting a whole lot of value out of it in terms of the life extracted from Grizz's mana bar, or sorry, health bar. Mana is back, even from this. Oh my goodness, are you kidding? He's waiting! Oh my god, the game altering, the set altering bait here might have been this. Detada evens it out, 6 each. Oh my goodness. And Gaben's still not giving us a good day. From the most amazing, crazy, the most unlikely of reads. He was waiting for the burst for so long. It was fireworks into the sky, drop the combo, and basically say, no matter what happens, I am going to wait and I am not going to press a button until the opponent hits the ground, until I see that tech. Maybe then I will go for like a meaty close slash, but not before it, and it paid off. It paid off so well. My goodness, Detada has basically clawed his way back from, what was the score, like 2-5, 2-6, something like that. I think 2-5 was the most desperate point of this set. And somehow still making it competitive. The beautiful side of show matches, the FT7, the format that just keeps on giving these absolutely crazy storylines. when the variance demon is biting you in the ass, you take it like a champ and, you know, wait for the better day to come. Eventually, like, you're gonna draw something good. And it's up to you to make the best of it when the time comes.
Duel 1.
When the iron is hot, do you strike? Or do you stroke? Ooh, again. Missing the jump slash there. Chris goes for a reversal 6B. Does not work out too well. Time to cast some spells. Unless. Ooh, good 6B. Completely annihilating the rainbow cube that would have produced so many plus frames for Detada. Arpeggio is gonna be the last spell that we cast, but it's a really good spell to cast and go bust with because it wastes so much time. And now Detada in a potentially pretty good position here from the 6P into Yo-Yo Stuff. Yo-Yo Stuffs. Teleports out of there, and not only that, gets a punish! And once again, the last spell to cast is Arpeggio. Basically buys Detada enough time to recover all of that mana. Now Grizz has to make this count. Soft knockdown, particle sphere is a thing here. 6-6 BRC, DP connects high up in the sky. I don't think Detada had enough frame advantage to get a punish there. Calmly tries to tap the 5D. The escape plan for so many Asuka players. When we don't have anything else, when the mana is low. Oh no, the explosion radius from the Roger dive. Finds a frame trap. Detada bets it all. We need the win. Black hole has been created in the middle of screen. Chris. Oh! Bet the farm and tried to go for the Roger dive, but it does not pay up. Detada with literally 1 pixel left survives to fight potentially this set point position for Detada for the first time. Oh my goodness. What a comeback it has been. Double Screamer in hand. Switches Test K3. But now we are inevitably probably gonna go bust here. There we go. Mana running out anytime now. Wait, there we go. Okay. So finally blocking something that puts you over the threshold. The only super aggressive spells that we can cast immediately off the bat are gonna be Screamers here. Okay, interesting. Casting a black hole staff like in his side of the round, or so his side of the stage, in order to create like a defensive vacuum that Grizz can't really penetrate. Here it comes from the partial rolling movement into jump. Was the jump heavy? Here come the spells. Can we wrap it up? What a poke, the Force Slash! Breaking the sequence, there were so many cubes still in there. Burst works out for Grizz. Detada, no longer burst resources left. The bust has happened, and here comes the hug. For the absolute last final Luigi. The winner goes home with all the fame and glory. But who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Grizz in their debut match, or is it Detada with his second showing on the Asuka on Bounty Hunters? There we go, the last bits of mana. That was such an interesting angle there, using the moment to hop off to the other side with the Roger dive. Mana is coming back. Kickstart my heart, gets a soft knockdown here. Grizz starting it up. Tries to teleport out of there, but the too heavy, the massive reach. Break it. Positive bonus. We have a little bit of mana to work with. Arpeggio would be nice to cast here. This particle sphere will potentially make it possible. Does not go for it though. To the other side. Now the mix-up time. Deflect shield prevents Detada from gaining into the striking distance. What do we do here? Teleport is an option. We could go left, right. We can guard crush. There we go. Guard crushing from the left. Guard crushing from the right. No! Grizz is not taking it. Perfect press there on the teleport. Is this it? Does the mana go? No! Absolutely, perfectly steady. Staying vigilant in the most unlikely situation, still throwing the command grab. Are you kidding me? Detada, are you gonna take this? Mana goes bust. We're gonna have to survive. It's the yo-yo! I didn't even notice! Grizz set it up, and from a little mosquito bite, procures the set. Doesn't let Detada take it away. What a freaking set. This... Oh,
Wins.
what the hell, dude? This is one of the most gut-wrenching, nail-biting sets I've ever casted from this Asuka champion. Holy shit. Grizz somehow still taking the set home in an amazing set. What a performance to put on your debut match. How can you recover from that? That was almost too much to take. All right, anyway, going back to, I think, the matchup number 2 that we're gonna play here. Finally have Sunny around. Yeah, Flakdo ready to go as well. Alright, so the roles here are very traditional conservative ones. You got the female silverback gorilla, represented by Jam on the left side of the screen. And then we have your traditional projectile zoner.
Mankind knew that they cannot change.
I'm not sure if we can call Testament this game like very traditional, but I mean the layer 1 game plan is pretty much just keep the opponent away, use your projectiles, and try to connect with enough of them in order to create advantages. In Testament cases, the curse loops. Get 1, get 2. The more you get, the better your... The better it's gonna be to connect with your normals afterwards. And here we go. Sunny. Starting with the pressure. Ooh, I wonder if that was an empty throw that Sunny wanted to go for there. And now Jam, a very interesting character whose special move potential depends kind of on if you have charged a card that we used to call it back in the day. I'm not sure what they call it in Guilty Gear Strive, but basically the stock system that you can see on, or rather above Jam's tension gauge. When one of those lights light up, means that one of her kick specials is charged and ready to go. And it's kind of tricky if you manage to charge your dragon kick, you actually get like a very reasonable threat against like anything that Testament could be potentially doing from full screen. Ooh, teleport into a big 5 heavy counter hit. We can cash out. This is really tough for Jam. So Flakdo does not have, or rather has a reversal here. And I guess the reversal super for Jam honestly ain't that bad either. So from these long-range mix-up situations post wall break, you could potentially have some leverage with your super, because it kind of reaches half screen away. So if the opponent tries to space away from you, might still have a Hail Mary ready to go. Ooh, nice read there on the jump. Using the heavy projectile of Testament to take them out of the sky. Boom shakalaka with the pop ball. The classic neutral skip that we're probably gonna see quite a bit here in this set, but whether it's gonna work out or not, it's a whole different discussion. Let's give it to the other side with the jump K. Ooh, tried to make another jump K play. However, Flakdo guessing right. The double jump as a kind of like a makeshift shimmy here. Scoring a counter hit and a wall break. Let's cash out. And now it's time to guess for the game, baby. It's the standard close/tick throw. You see these from basically any character in Guilty Gear Strive. And what the kind of game is revolving around. Ooh, I love that. So Sunny presented a sort of like a puzzle here for Flakdo, putting that succubus marker on the field. You can always teleport into that using the possession. And especially in these corner escape situations, it's kind of like Are you gonna camp the succubus marker? Are you gonna try to guard it? So if you see a teleport go off so that you could be in position to strike it. But if you don't, then you also, you know, alleviate the pressure a little bit or let the pressure go. There we go. There's the teleport read. Basically how the corner escape RPS is gonna look like if you manage to produce the marker and then teleport out. Flakdo staying pretty tight here. Evening it up 1-1. Just like that. In a blink of an eye. This is kind of the potential of what Jam brings to the table. Explosive damage and ability to, for the lack of better words, impose your will on the opponent if you do get there. Sunny doesn't want to be cornered just yet. Spent a defensive resource here. I mean, I guess the burst can be an offensive resource as well if you go for those aggressive bursts. And once, like, for example, in this kind of position, if Sunny had a burst, could basically say, no, you're not gonna get the pressure back even if you manage to get a hit on me in the corner. With, is that gonna be enough? Not quite. Missing a 5B, maybe a frame kill.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ooh, Ryujin right off the bat, but as Sunny was crouching under it, kind of like a, what's a good equivalent? Kind of like a Potemkin going for a heat tackle, swing and miss. Ooh, sees this rev up time of the projectile. Recognizes that that's a really good moment to produce strikes. Flakdo was camping the succubus marker, but not quite getting a strike in there. Ooh, big 6 heavy. That a counter hit though, so you don't get into your best combos. Safe jump. Not the worst kind of situation for a Flakdo, even though ended up whiffing the whole burst gauge resource. Ooh, that's yeah, that was a flip kick into, I think was cancelled into one of your specials, so there's basically nothing that Flakdo could do there anymore. Well, that's a good trade for Flakdo. Whatever they ended up trading into, or trading with, plus frames from the stocked Ryujin, sorry, not Ryujin, the Ryuchi, the, whatchamacallit, the, sort of the dive kick, the sledge that sort of brings you down, grounds you extremely fast, even from an airborne position. New addition to a Jam's special kit in this game. Ooh, we have the frame advantage, I think. Teleport in there and get the win. Sunny. Definitely representing this school of Testament players who absolutely love utilizing the possession. Ooh, swings and miss with the 6 heavy. Gotta be really careful, even though that has a massive hitbox. A really good damage potential. Puts Testament in a long recovery. Couple of options carded here. Ryutsu, even if you end up landing that on block, is quite positive. And in fact, you can kind of use the card at Ryutsu as a safe jump, because it recovers so fast that even if the opponent has a 9-frame DP, Jam just recovers so fast that, like, you can't really do anything. It's kind of like you have to hold this kind of a thing. And Testament with, you know, one of the slowest reversal options in the game, the Calamity 1, is their reversal super. Definitely doesn't have the startup to get through any kind of like safe jab setups that Jam might represent. Puffball through the fire and the flames, or the blood and the skulls in this case. Sunny bursting out of there, trying to sort of go for a deep dash parry, not quite connecting with the Grave Reaper. Getting some real estate, back and forth. Here comes the puffball. Soft knockdown into the corner. And cashing out. This ain't gonna be a hard knockdown, but now the positive bonus and a huge life lead should be kind of an okay making place here. Gold Burst as well. Guarantees a lot of tension coming in for Flakdo. Ooh, skates straight into the heavy. Wait, does this connect? That actually connects. Oh, I think in the past that would have not been good enough. At least some things have changed for the better for Testament, it seems like. Once again, possession. But the slowdown frames on the... Oh, that's not gonna work out exactly how we were talking about earlier. Even though that was a complete swing and a miss, the Ryutsui recovers so fast for Jam that the reversal super just has no place whatsoever. Almost like forcing Testament in a position where, like, if Jam has like almost anything, or like if Jam has the Ryutsui carded, there's like, you just have to hold it. There we go again. Into command jump. Damn you, Jam, stealing Sin's command jump from Exert. Ryutsui once again. That's I think that was plus, but tried to convert it into maybe a tick throw. To the other side, get in, finds its mark. This is one of the nastiest features of Jam. Has so much of that high-low, forcing the opponent block really fast overheads. And the nasty thing is you don't even know where the overhead is coming from. Is it coming from the right? Is it coming from the left? Really hard to react to. And to make matters worse, if you're trying to work with like some sort of fuzzy defensive timings, Jam will just laugh in the face of all of it, because she has the command jump to sort of modify the startup frames even further. Ooh, clean whip punish there. Immediate burst from Sunny. Connects with the throw. Oh, that's so sexy, and the possession at the end as well. Hell to the yeah. And another possession, catching Flakdo out of the landing frames. Lots of meter here. Uses it to skip neutral. Yeah, this is absolutely the right play, I would say. In a position where you don't really have any life to spend anymore, Flakdo basically says, okay, let me convert this tension, this 100 tension that I have, into an advantage at neutral against a character who I really don't want to play neutral against, necessarily. Alright, got the gold burst. Ryutsui is carded. Better be ready. Ooh, 6. Wait, was that a Ryujin cancel actually? Gonna make him place here, flicking what card is carded and then going for a different one. That's definitely an RPS mind game that Jam can play. Even though Ryutsui is currently carded, you could just use a different special move. You could use Skeki from mid-range, or you could just try to skip the neutral with a Ryujin. And that Ryutsui card is just not finding any use here, as Sunny is holding down the fort, cornering herself here. Here comes the puffball knockdown, and now Ryutsui is gonna be here! Used from the command hop, that's what I'm telling you! It can create some really nasty delays, angles, and stuff like that that you just can't fuzzy guard against. Making Jam's offensive and mix-up game extremely threatening. Ooh, this time calls the bluff. If Sunny sent the crow into the succubus marker, would have connected with the parry. I'm actually not sure how Jam's parry interacts with the crow, but I assume that you nullify the hit, but you still take the curse. Ooh, did we press a button? Yes, indeed. Calamity 1 getting some rare value here. Hopping to the other side, even with the level 1 stain pop, getting a conversion from a far slash. Hops over. Oh, never mind. There was not a crevice large enough to cross up here, so ends up going straight into the Calamity 1. Big 100 Beast. Right, we got the dive kick carded. To be able to utilize that, we do need to get close. Oh, nice conversion there. Flakdo last. Oh no! I love it. Sunny using all the right projectiles to basically prevent Flakdo from using his advantage. I think if you used Grave Reaper in that situation, it's probably not gonna be fast enough and the angle is not gonna be good enough to counter the Ryutsui. But the Crow actually producing a hitbox right where it needs to be. Oh, that's a huge gamble from Sunny. Corners herself, doesn't get the hit, and now Flakdo with a counter hit has the resources as well. Oh, this is a disaster. Choosing to take the knockdown with the soft one. Hit the wall. Ooh, teleport gets there in time. To Dre, definitely in favor of Jam.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
One of the most interesting RPs that we've seen recur in this matchup, it's the possession. Like the places where Flakdo kind of chooses to place themselves in relation to the succubus marker, or how they choose to escape it, like so here. Backdash away and then punks back in there with your fast-moving special moves. Speaking of those special moves, Jam does have that command dash as well, which is quite low profiling. Can go under a lot of standard projectiles, minus of course the S Grave Reaper, which is I guess arguably one of the most common one from Testament's kit. Doesn't block the cross up Ryujin, and we cash out. Could this perhaps be enough damage? I know this is quite a damaging super, and it breaks wall from Africa. Still not enough. Waiting for the reversal super, which never comes. The Arbiter side, this could actually be a pretty good position for Sunny. Now Flakdo will have to sort of traverse this onslaught of projectiles. Here we go with the low one, and then jump straight into the low Arbiter side again. Good choice. It's such a, like, you think it's such a small choice, like a small optimization, and it feels like it's just so little from, like, Testament side. But picking the right projectile for the occasion is, like, it's basically 90% of the game. You are a zoner after all. Right, call out the girls. Nostrovia, cheers! Can break the wall if you want. Oh, a little late there on the crow cancel. But the life lead for Sunny is massive. And now, how are we gonna get through this? Flakdo has basically not gambled on the... Ooh, I love that, breaking the wall with the super to take all of the charges. If Sunny gets hit here, it slides out. Oh, it's a close slash! So a successful reversal super once again. I think Flakdo didn't have the Ryujin carded anymore there, so couldn't go for a very simple. Oh my goodness! Couldn't go for a really simple safe jump utilizing that special move. Tried to be very sneaky here. Deep dash parry again. Almost a good idea, but unfortunately Sunny was using a really delayed option in that 6 heavy. Come to think of it, the use of 6 heavy for Sunny has been, like, pretty decent, I want to say. Drifting forward, catching the air. Now Flakdo has a lot of resources. No carded special moves, but that could change really fast. Hop to the other side, of course, always convertible. And also, I think, let's say it's plus frames if it crosses up, but if the opponent blocks the axe kick from the front, it's gonna be minus for Jam. Ooh, this time able to parry one of the projectiles coming in. But then, the counter hit 2D into small little exchange. Managed to push the plus frames. First here from Sunny. Flakdo still has their own. Straight into landing recovery into Arbiter sign. Can we hop over? Still, the answer is no. Air mobility. Oh, I love that. Going under the 6B, utilizing the command dash. Bakshu doing its magic. There we go. Working it, evening it. making potentially another nail biter happen here as we are heading to sort of the mid-late game-ish matches of the set. Once again, the teleport RPS. Sunny patiently waiting for a move from Flakdo before pulling the trigger. Just remember, if you do use the possession, you kind of lock yourself into the trajectory for what seems like around like maybe half a second-ish. So definitely something that you can exploit on reaction on the opponent's side if you're in the right place at the right time. And again, speaking of being in the right place at the right time, goes for a hop, skipping a jump, coming out of a jump, and because Jam's air moves are such a like huge cleaving angles, especially her jump heavy, able to hit both sides, regardless of which side Sunny is gonna end up surfacing from. Ooh, 6 heavy, got to with a normal hit, so that's gonna be a knockdown into the corner. Got to with a far slash, yet had to burst that. That would have been it, as we say in the industry. Look at the teleport. Oh my goodness, oh my damn. That was probably the only way that you could have escaped from the huge hitbox of the puffball there, teleporting to the other side. Pummeling them with the projectiles, ending, of course, with the crow, which is the most lucrative one, making sure that the curse stays there. However, the rare aggressive dragon kick, erasing the curse, erasing the shame. Managed their own block on the puffball. Puffball really good at forcing your way in, but not necessarily maintaining the pressure. Got caught low there with that 2D. There is a gap between 2K 2D for Testament strings. And Sunny once again taking the lead. But for how long is the question? Swinging a miss with the 6 heavy, and this time, the whiff punish comes through from Flakdo's side. Big hit, yeah, we get in there with the 2K. Don't you dare press the buttons, not your turn yet. Oh my god, it's so hard to see what it's gonna be. Is it a get in? Is it a command jump get in? Is it an empty command jump? Is it a normal jump? Is it just a get in? Is it something else? Is it a Ryujin? All of it just looks the same. Is it a racist statement? It all looks the same. All of her moves look the same, but it is by design. It is to mix the opponent up in the most brutal possible, most infuriating possible means. If you go with the hop forward, not committing into it. Oh, the 2K connects. However, there was momentum for Flakdo out of the jump. And again, doesn't manage to tag it on a completely different RPS layer from Sunny. Alright, comes down with the Geki. I think the air Geki is quite minus, which is why Flakdo ended up respecting there. But it's also on the ball is on foe's court, so to speak, to be able to understand like which sequences are your turn and which ones are not. And sometimes if you don't exactly know how the frame advantage go, you might end up letting your opponent run away free of consequences, even if they hit you with something extremely minus. Ooh, got them with the Grave Reaper frame trap. The heavy Grave Reaper ends up completely missing. How do we escape? Help! This looks like old patch pressure, even though a lot of those projectiles are nowadays minus on block, Crow included. We're still holding it down to heavy, delayed, Grave Reaper, up Virgin, plus on block. Or, sorry, frame trap, only plus on block if you charge it. Sunny, looking like she's doing it. It was even all the way through, but now, when it comes to that was so interesting. I think part of it was the interesting momentum carried by Jam's special moves. Ended up sort of vacuuming her into the fireball still. Now let's see the corner pressure for Flakdo. 2K, the classic mash button from Testament players. Ends up poking Sunny out of there. The air throw. Marker still in there, teleporting where the opponent has left. Treading where no opponent would dare to go once again. And Sunny putting herself on set point position. Just like that, from the 4-4 to 4-6, and now maybe into a mental checkmate. The pressure is on Flakdo to make something count here. And so far, this pressure has been working out this round. 6P to 6P. Ooh, the hitbox is not active anymore. Went for the Ryutsui, so the stock gets consumed, even if the special moves like sort of did not go off. Ooh, that's a counter hit. Into quick 1-2. Counter hit from Flakdo's side. Needs one more 2K2D. That's a simple knockdown for a simple character. Ooh, the trade. Oh, it's gonna be a connection with the jump heavy. Take them out of the sky. Flakdo, still signs of life. We want to fight for this. Here's the wild one. I think literally like the second wild dragon kick that we've seen from the Jam side so far. Ryutsui, the guarded version, very hard to fight. Here we go with the command hop into Ryutsui. Are we alive? Slapping them with the 6P reads some sort of a jump or Ryutsui. Like the thing is, if you are reading a Ryutsui, you can definitely try to fish with your 6P, but you can't do it on reaction is the thing. Can't do it on reaction, and in fact, the 6Ps are fairly normalized nowadays, so like the frame advantage or the frame disadvantage that you go into by whiffing your 6P, very punishing for just about any character in the game now. Ooh, that's a cute way of going past the far slash. Ah, Yujin, that's from the front. Especially the air version, that's very minus. That's minus punish. And now the barrage of projectiles. Can we zone? The answer is no, not this time. Completes the combo into pressure, finds a hit but no hit confirm. Are we pressing a button? No, gotta cancel into FD. Gets Flakdo out of the sticky situation into the punish, and I think this could be a kill. It's gonna be super close. I think this is a kill with a jam super. Break the wall. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. So close to evening it up. Bounce forward with the pop ball. Or as they say in East Asia, the hapo shisho. Oh, I hate myself for that. Who could block on the overhead? And then we get the curse as well on the wall break. Tough situation for Flakdo. Lots of big. Ooh, that could have been potentially a run back attempt, but Sunny respecting it tremendous amount and not letting Flakdo play even a little bit. Oh, still holding it here. Cross up Keki. Leading into a conversion. We charge something in the opponent's face. I think that's probably minus, right? That's why Sunny pressed the button. Set point once again, Sunny. A big throw. Are we gonna charge? Yes, indeed. Ryutsui seems to be the card of choice in most situations for Flakdo. Sunny blocks the F-Shiki initially, but now one more hit, finds the counter, and cashing out, or rather, doesn't even need to cash out because the opponent is so low. Deja vu. I've probably been in this score situation before. 6-6 once again. The last ride for another pair going down to the wire in probably one of the most even events in Bounty Hunter's history so far. This is gonna go, oh my god, this is gonna go overtime. Ooh, Ooh, okay. Got the frame trap. Spending the card for the combo as well. Cash out, max damage. Guess for your life. I think this doesn't kill, right? But you're gonna have to hold this mix-up to the other side with a classic sort of delayed Gekirin. I think in order to also account for the, whatchamacallit, the reversal Calamity 1 opportunity that Sunny had there. Set point Flakdo. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Tried to reversal throw, no good. Any hit here will probably have to make Sunny burst immediately. Yep, that's the fastest burst I've ever seen in my career. But here comes the Ryutsui from a very tricky angle. That was a dash super jump Ryutsui. That angle was demonic, absolutely diabolical. And Sunny, that time, did not have the answer for it. Flakdo running it back from a losing position. A comeback story as old as a couple of minutes ago, because, you know, the previous pair also went through a storyline a little bit like that. What a good match. Especially when you manage to put in some, like, good resistance on a character like Testament, who many say is really tough to play. Really tough to play in these modern patches. Is this the matchup that we have next? Yeah, we played this one already. Okay, so we're at the 5th slot. Three more to go, and I'm already feeling dizzy. It's gonna be a long, long night. All right, next up is gonna be Wavy versus Raven. I bet that's gonna confuse the hell out of my my wife once again. Raven does this, Raven does that, and Raven's not even in the game. Right, a little bit more traditional matchup this time around. We got Chip, one of your like benchmark, standard, have all the tools in the world kind of a character, versus Baiken, another like very, very popular character in basically all Guilty Gear games. Crowd favorite. And still a very, very competitive character. Never being like a sort of at the top of the food chain, so to speak. But still, depending on the season, definitely a competitive character. Let's put it like that. Alrighty, we got both players ready to go. The 5th matchup of the evening is gonna start here. Baiken versus Chip. The mobility versus the mix-up potential of Baikens. Oh, connection lost. I guess it's better for everything to crumble down here in the sort of the character select screen, if you will. Until it's go time. It's okay. We can talk a little bit of extra smack here. Nuked out of existence. Yeah, it do be like that with Strive lobbies sometimes. Oh yeah, pray for no 15-minute bug. That would be unfortunate. Try number 2. Electric Boogaloo. on. So Viken's identity a little more defensive than your standard Guilty Gear character, because she always has some sort of variation of her like classic guard cancel mechanic, which at the start of, in the beginning of time, when Grandma was rocking this game already, used to be a true guard cancel. There's the good old meterless guard cancel, which eventually developed into a frame 1 parry, and now it kind of is still that. Actually, in Xrd it used to be like a guard stance, frame 1 guard stance that you could hold and also perform from a block stun, and now it's just a straight up frame 1 parry. Alright, mix-up time. To the other side we go. This is the potential of this character, Viken. Ooh, tried to go for a... What is it? The charge version of Heavy Kabari follow-up to phase through the opponent. Lots of different ways that you can pilot this character. Yeah, but the left-rights, oh my god. The left-rights are also available with this character, Chip Zanov. Can sort of zap, zip, and flop through the opponent utilizing the Alpha Blade in the modern version of Guilty Gear Strive. You used to be able to do it with teleports, but now a function that is, for majority of it, reserved for only the Alpha Blade. But to compensate, you can perform both, not just the classic horizontal Alpha Blade, but also like a diagonal Alpha Blade, and you get a lot of follow-ups from both of those situations, making it extremely tricky. Okay, this should probably, yep, put Wavy to one-touch situation kind of a deal here. Raven starting up very strong. DP to get out of here. Sometimes you have to, even if you're basically the softest character in the game, and baiting a DP often spells doom immediately. We go with the double alpha into some of the tightrope. Lots of mix-up potential, lots of damage potential while that little doodad is active. Oh, that'd be so tricky with that momentum from all sides. Not only having access to triple jump, that should be a downso deal. This way we cut straight into the Zansei Roga. The fish with the S Kabari. Reversal with the parry. Much reduced rewards here in the modern versions, but still has its utility as a reversal, same as it always has been. In fact, the utility of the Viken parry has increased as it has gained an ability to be performed from block stun as a red parry kind of a thing. Ooh, misses the combo, it's okay. We're still in it. With the leaf grab, looking for one more touch. Raven definitely has options here. Wake up burst. We could be anybody's game. Ooh, takes the gamble here after the plus frames of S Kabari. Started with the far slash. Chip definitely has the good buttons to impose his game plan right from the get-go. 6B, however, Raven staying very slimy and slippery in the air. Started with the counter hit, trying to double it up with the tightrope. Ooh, that YSE is not quite long-reaching enough. Nobody's home there. 6B a little bit too early. Both these characters have a couple of different ways of sort of changing their momentum in the air. Coming down with the jump heavy, big hitbox, canceling into Yozan. A Swiss Army knife of Baiken's toolbox, if you will. Can use it for mix-ups, but also for all sorts of block strings. Drake definitely in Raven's favor here. Ooh, the shimmy. Just gotta get the punish. Had the right idea, but Wavy running with it now. With a zip and a zap. Going to go for the whip punish after the whipped. Kabari heavy version. And the cash out. Is that going to be enough though? On Baiken's defensive modifier. It could be super close. One touch kind of a situation. And the options here are pretty tricky because like a lot of the alpha plates kind of look like the same startup as Genrozan. So it can be sometimes hard to determine if it's actually the leaf crab or if it's one of the alpha plates that's coming. Patient play, takes the burst here. Wavy. Breaking the wall as well. Raven running out of options here. Not even 50 for a reversal super. I mean, there's always an option to reversal parry. Late 5k. Oh, goes for the burst immediately. Wavy probably thought that he lost the momentum here. But the truth was a little bit different here. Steal the corner with the overhead. Or should we call it a left-right instead? Oh, but here's some left-right actions from Mr. Xanath. Very tricky angle to defend against. Grasping the lead here. Very early into this set. How's it gonna develop from here on out? Goes for a reversal parry. Wavy, of course. We've seen this layer starting to adapt to it. Bring all the different kinds of tools. Representing all the different options that you kind of have to. Sometimes it's basically the same as against like BP characters. Ooh, look at this, mix-up opportunity, which Wavy has to spurn the meter to get out of, comfortably at least. Here come the big strikes out of the tightrope. Cool thing about tightrope is gives Chip access to those wall run normals, which in general tend to deal much more damage than his standard assortment of normals. Yeah, look at that damage. It's a testament to how much you can do when you have access to wall cling or either wall run or the tightrope. This should be enough, right? 1 pixel. Yeah, Gold Burst, probably the best option you could have gone for. Because, like, you can't block this Alpha Blade, right? And in fact, you can't block any normals either. But if you assume that the mix-up is going to be something like Genrozan versus Diagonal Alpha Blade, you can kind of delay your burst a little bit and get like a very comfy little gold burst. Is exactly what Raven ended up getting there. Bringing down into a big combo, and then started with a close slash, intercepting the jump out of the corner attempt with the jump slash, and that should be a gun into quick little 5k6 heavy. Absolutely perfect run in all sorts of ways for Raven, not just in terms of the life, but basically picking all the right RPS options as well. Intercepting Chip leaving the corner, definitely not the easiest thing in the world to achieve, mind you. It's a standard Kara cancel super action here. Rekka into Bunky Mess. I could do it again if we had the resources. He's gonna have the resource in the next situation. Where did that hit from? I think from the right. It's so tricky. It's so tricky. Always has been, and continues to be. Activating the tight rope might as well if the opponent does not pressure you. I think one of the reasons why you, like in some matchups, just can't take the rope out is if the opponent's gold burst. Lots of resources coming in. bursts in order to try to take the burst. However, Wavy not biting on the heart bait, not biting on the RC bait, and now has an overwhelming amount of resources to basically make sure that he's gonna win this round. Trades not available for Raven either, and it's the Shuriken doing the ninjaest shit of them all. The little amount of damage doesn't even matter. I'm not quite sure, like, is that... I think that's a legit play. Like, when the opponent is so low at life. Rather, so bad at life. So failed at life. You can take out the Shuriken and dish some low damage punishment. I mean, it does fulfill its, like, function as a projectile from a very precarious angle that you couldn't achieve otherwise, right? Sounds good to me. I think this is the burst. Absolutely goated burst from Wavy, making Baiken spend not just her turn, but also miss all of the meter that went into that super in order to finish it up. Here we go, play it again. As soon as we got the meter back, Raven says, Tenti Jin. Both players engaging in that far slash versus far slash action. And now, which side? Raven's like, I don't know, but the 5P is probably gonna call you out if it's a delayed option. Go for the 6K, the slow overhead, once again, low options being read by Raven. But not reading this one. This one hits it home. Zan Se Roga. And I think even if this 4 goes breaking the wall, it's still net positive in terms of the amount of damage that you can deal. So if you know it's gonna kill, that's your go-to. Ooh, the frame trap here. Launching Wavy into a massive, massive combo. The alignment of the character didn't really sort of align there for Raven. Ooh, just running out of there. He's just running. Just like that. Out of the corner. And back in there with the pressure. Raven does have 100 meter. But gotta be really careful how we're gonna spend it. And if we do, better start spending it fast. Drifting straight into 5K. Oh, I love that RPS tree. So if you think your opponent is gonna use 6-6 Drift BRC here, one of the things that you can do is put a K button active in there, especially if your character has like a fast one, like a 7 frame one, 6 frame one. I forgot what the speed of your button has to be in order to check the opponent from drifting forward. But I think Chip has a fast enough one. Of course, from Baiken side, you could see it coming, or could check the slowdown frame and go for a frame 1 parry, which does work, but it's tough. Fighting games, baby. Misses with the jump slash. The idea was good. You have to counter Genrozan on the way up. If you're jumping out of the command grab, you have to tag it on the way up if you wanna deliver guaranteed punishment on Chip. Because it's one of these queer moves that recover extremely fast. One of the few command grabs in the fighting game sphere that like just does not get punished by jumping out. Okay, that's a cute little bluff out of the corner by Raven. It's caught by the DP, might as well. If you can't stand the heat, get the fuck out of the corner at any means necessary. Raven's holding it. Mix up time. Doesn't get a clean hit here, so no combo on Wavy. Coming out with the drill kick. What? Raven does not believe in any of that setup. Pressing buttons aggressively is definitely an art form that Raven has mastered and makes super good super good value out of. With the stagger pressure, the attached Kabari makes it extra difficult to wriggle your way out of there. Ooh, that was from like backside, but still catches the opponent no matter where the hitbox comes from. Misses the meaty timing. That is tragic. For now, Wavy definitely showing no mercy. We got this lead, and we're gonna try to keep pushing this lead. Sanzeroga, is it enough? It's the question on everybody's lips. 1 pixel. Oh, why? That's a good choice. I mean, if that's wrong, if you're wrong here, you still have your burst. But I mean, even if Raven ends up blocking, that chip damage is a prospect that you have to respect. So Wavy being definitely the sort of the favorite going into this set. Exerting his pressure, taking up the tightrope, mixing it up from the left, from the right. Kind of good for Raven being able to block the cross up, but if you can't block the follow-up pressure, can't utilize the good position. What was that combo? That looked cool. Finishing with style as well. Nindo. And now, in a set point position, is it gonna be over just like that? Speed of the ninja. Getting the throw. Couple more reads. Raven has to take some sort of a gamble here, potentially, or I guess not from this. What? What? Trades with what? Jump heavy? Hello? Good 6B. Tries to still make the conversion work. A little bit late with the PRC, though. 6B is good that time around. All the overheads. Oh my god, I can't believe it. The defense from Wavy. The defense. And then bringing in the mash at the perfect timing as well. Blocked like 2 or 3 overheads and then was like, okay, your pressure is over. And if you want to press it, well, you're gonna take this 5B mash. Good shit, as we say in the industry. Also, thank you for taking this matchup on a short notice. We initially did not have an opponent for Raven, and was able to still make this matchup work, and get a full house for this week. So thanks for a strong showing for both players. We're gonna head into another Testament matchup. The only a recurring character this week. And the pace is gonna be slightly different from the Testament Jam we saw earlier. Although the roles are still very set in stone. Yappie on the Testament needs to keep this battleship of a character, this juggernaut of a character, out of arm's reach. The sort of the reach for Abba is very limited, but oh my goodness, if she gets in striking distance, and hell forbid if she is in her install mode, your life is usually as good as for Fate at that point. So it's of the utmost importance that Yappie is able to keep Abba out at all times. The good news for characters who wanna fight Abba from far range this patch is that Abba's ability to go into install right off the gate is very limited. Like, not only does she start with less jealousy rage gauge, but it's also like, or rather because of that, as well as her like normal mode pressure getting severely weakened, she can't necessarily like loop her. Oh, starting with the mutual respect. which makes sense. Both these fellas, I believe, being Polish representatives, so showing the, or doing like a whatchamacallit, like a pre-game handshake, if you will. It's a very common thing to happen in a friendly match in just about any Guilty Gear game, just about any fighting game where you have taunts and sort of respects like this. Ooh, but this is gonna be a guaranteed punish, right? Yep, 10 frames of force recovery when you pop from Jealousy Rage. Didn't used to be so, or rather, it's always been 10 frames. Oh, this should catch. Yeah, one of the weakest backdashes in the game. Normal mode ABBA gets clipped by one of the slowest reversal supers in the business as well. Ah, how poetic. Oh, that's a double stain. That's boom boom. What's a frame advantage, even from a max range far slash. And here comes Yappie. Our regulars, bounty hunters, testament players. Test them reaction check with an overhead. Doesn't find the prey initially. But in the follow-up situation, going through the walls, what can we do? PRIDUZ. There we go. Only one opportunity is what it takes. One-shot characters, or what do we call it? One chance characters? ABBA definitely fits the bill. Yeah, it's kind of over here, but both of the players know it. We can block here. Yappie choosing to play here. Okay. If we can force a pop here. Route into a killing combo. Yes, indeed. A couple of different options that PRIDUZ could have done here. Either route like into an uninstall, into another key grab, or if you think the combo damage is gonna be enough, just go balls to the walls, go all in, and just kill the opponent. With the overhead, really hard to see. That's one of the best selling points of this character, ABBA. She has almost an unreactable overhead from this install mode. 4 more seconds left to spend for overwhelming pressure. Trying to route. Oh, that's a punish! Punishes with a back throw. Now PRIDUZ in a really difficult position. Not only do you not only are you unable to access your most offensive mode or state of being, you actually have to interact with Yappie to sort of build that resource back. Misses the key break. That's so unfortunate. That could have been it. Could have gotten into the mode. And as long as you have this like gray threshold, if you see the Jealous Rage gauge above PRIDUZ's pension bar, as long as that gauge is gray, you cannot install, you cannot go into your Jealous Rage mode. You have to land stuff on the opponent. Yep, the install was not active there. Even though you kind of had the frame advantage to go into it, it was just not available. Literally 1 hit point away. That was quite the first game. What a terrible night to have a disconnection again. Damn. I guess better it happens at the start of the set rather than at the end. Let's see if the players are gonna notice, though. So first time we see PRIDUZ on Bounty Hunters. And I think it's one of the few ABBA players that we also had the pleasure of seeing on this version 5 point whatever it is, season 5 patch. It's a lot of stuff that they took away from ABBA. Not even just like 1 or 2 small nerfs, but like in certain aspects maybe warranted changes, because like no matter what you sort of thought about ABBA in the past, she's been a very strong character, especially like towards the, well, I guess she's been the most powerful when she released, right? and then she's lost power level little by little over time, but never like putting her in a position where like she would not be a massive force to be reckoned with on a competitive front. Like, yeah, she is a very volatile character in the sense that some of her like bad matchups are really bad. But it's never been like, how should we put it? As long as Abba has always been able to install right from the get-go and get those guaranteed 5 seconds of Jealous Rage, she's always been a very difficult character to deal with. Even if you're a zoner, even if you can keep her away, couple of frames and she could be installing, a couple more frames and she could be running at you from full screen away.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Starting with a far slash, that's a really good read. Now 6 seconds to work with. Catches them with the low, multi-hitting too heavy. My beloved. Can we get an uninstall here? Yes, indeed. And then pick up the combo. This is kind of the essence, like the essence of Abba's sort of combo theory. Whenever you're running low on Jealous Rage, try to spend your tension in order to fix the problem. Dance out of the stance and then go back with a key grab or like a super or something like that, so that you can spend as much time as possible in Jealous Rage. Ooh, good 6p, and that's gonna pop the curse as well for an extended little combino. Ooh, PRIDUZ, no fear though, pressing the far slash. That's gonna power through? Yes, baby, yes! The Judgment, breaking the reversal super from Yappie, or rather, guard pointing through all of it. That's gonna be a true punish. Once again, being forced into the 10 frames of punishable state when you pop out of Jealous Rage. And now, ooh, oh, that's one way to get in there though. So Abba's reversal super is kind of cute in a way that it changes modes automatically. So if you're not in Jealous Rage already, it always puts you in it. And if you are in it, it spends all of your remaining jelly in order to deal extra damage and then disengages the mode. So you can use it as a cash out when you think it's time to end the round, but you can also use it to go into Jealous Rage as like a reversal if you want to, or a high damage combo ender. Good block on the overhead and the low afterwards, and then the mash, and we're really close to getting out of there. By Yappie doing the thing that projectile zoners like to do, give away a little bit of distance as you retreat from the opponent. That was a sexy teleport into. Called the girls. Wee woo, wee woo. This is a kill, right? PRIDUZ is guaranteed getting punished here, right? Or wait, do you have the frames? No. You need a hard knockdown, right, to get to that. Starting with the drop kick. Yeah, we had the right idea though on the right layer. 6p. Repeat the drop kick process though. Install 5 seconds of time that you have to make count. Finding the hit. Ooh, that was a routing mistake. That was the right idea that PRIDUZ had there. Dancing through a lot of these projectiles, but in the end, one of the least mobile character in the game, Abba, getting caught by the projectiles eventually. Trigger the curse. Oh, no fear though, press the far slash. And boom shakalaka, a couple of seconds to make it count. Lots of combo damage. Can we enter, or rather exit safely? No, we can't. And now, okay. This one, oh, goes for the hard bait. Yappie not willing to spend the resources here, and that 2p is a guaranteed punish. Popped right in Yappie's face. Okay, still able to get a straight hit there with the 5 heavy. That is one of the few buttons that you can kind of press at this long range distance when you are in your normal mode. But it has even more problems than it has had in the past. That was a cool 2K anti-air. Low profiling whatever jump in PRIDUZ could have presented, and then punishing the landing recovery. We are in Jealous Rage though. Hard bait. Here comes the burst, forcing the full pop. Now even though we don't get a punish here, putting Abba full screen without any of her unique resource is, for all intents and purposes, for zoners, kind of like a win condition achieved. The double pop here. Unfortunately misses the pickup. I think there was a pickup there even from that range, from that distance. The double stain is actually massive amount of frame advantage. Disengages. The heavy Grave Reaper does hold down the fort, and then dragging that key slowly, steadily, but also fruitlessly that time around. Frame trap into big 5 heavy, allowing Yappie to set this curse pressure up. That's unfortunate. So you can interact with the projectiles by going into your counter stance that PRIDUZ has been utilizing, but if you parry one of Testament's projectiles, and God forbid, if the projectile that you're parrying is a crow, you still do take the curse, you still get the curse applied to you. And speaking of the curse, popping it here for a little conversion. Can cancel out of this, scot-free. Punish with the 6 heavy. And take the round. Trying to apply the curse, but PRIDUZ has been pretty much on top of the sort of the projectile, the very standard layer 1 projectile RPS. After you block, say, S-Fireball from Testament, you don't necessarily, like, there's absolute, like, there are things that you can do afterwards. You can try to slide under if Testament just goes for the crow immediately. Getting clipped there. But wait, there's more. Engaging in Jealous Rage around like 7-ish seconds to play with, and you know it, once the mode is active, it's actually, like, Abba is one of the strongest characters in the game, hands down. A mode that you not only often have to respect, but you have no choice but to try to escape from, because there's just like nothing you can do against these absolute god hitboxes that Abba possesses when she goes into that mode. Once again, PRIDUZ trying for the burst bait. The first time doesn't work out, but the second time, can we uninstall? Yeah, goes for the manual one here, getting just a little bit of the jelly back. Ooh, this hits. This hits, even though this is normal mode. This is one of the few cases where Keeper of the Key, the long-range full-screen super from Abba, actually does something. Because, like, this super is absolutely goated if you are in your install mode already. In that case, it makes you like +1,000,000. So even if you're full screen, you can just dash in and go for an airtight mix-up on the opponent. Normal mode though, even if you hit them, it's like plus absolutely nothing. So you can't really do anything with it. It's kind of like throwing away your resources for a little bit of damage. But if the opponent is on their last legs, ready to be knocked down from the last pixel, then the normal mode Keeper of the Key makes suddenly a lot of sense. Into the mode, overhead hits. How much can we do here? So we're dancing out, and then I was trying to do the FRC and go back into the mode, which is a very standard way of conducting your combos. 10 seconds on the clock. Start the clock. What can you do? Miss the throw? Luckily, Yappie had PRIDUZ's frame slowed, so not getting punished there on the throw with. But it's still not looking too good. You still have to survive the onslaught of the unending what you may call it, the jealous rage. Curse applied. Okay, getting caught from the backdash. And no doubt, Yappie's probably gonna disengage here, or alternatively push PRIDUZ back full screen, finds the stray hit. What does the succubus say? Woo! One of the funniest supers in the game, because like if you listen closely, the girls are having a time of their life. Like, woo! Get fucked! Woo! Okay, choosing the install full screen. The risk is if you don't get in with this, you're kind of fucked in terms of your resource management. But if you do get in, it's what we're actually seeing here live on television as PRIDUZ takes the gamble, makes the best out of it, and now another 5 seconds on the clock. We could end here. One hit is gonna be it. FRC. Good reversal, super churn. Punish. Yep. Yappie has to be kind of careful here. Can't really take a single hit here or single combo. Is that a combo? Nope, that's a single hit. Oh, finds a way in. That's one of the classic ways how to get your pressure started. The hop kick FRC into key grab. And even if you block it, I think it's like plus and block, if I'm not mistaken. First time in the set that PRIDUZ does take the leading position here. Trigger the curse with a 2K. PRIDUZ says probably worth bursting out of. Okay, a little pop here. Push them in the corner, nice tech there. Definitely not risk-free if your tech throws in Guilty Gear. Strive that does put you in a counter hit state after all. And the cash out. Not only a hard knockdown wall break, but now Stain is going to be applied here on the stage shift. There's a lot of like dangerous options that kind of force you to hold still. OTG is gonna be enough. Nice presence of mind here for Yappie. Ooh, parries it, however. But you still kind of like, does the curse actually pop here? I think the stain still pops here if you parry it. So even though you do build a little bit of extra jelly, you're gonna be forced into a situation where you take the pressure afterwards. Now what are we gonna do here? I tried to manually uninstall, but the crow popped you out of it and then causing the automatic pop animation. Absolute worst of all worlds here. However, we get to interact. Our players love to interact. And interact we did. Lots of hits that PRIDUZ was able to get in. Was able to get like around 5 seconds, 50% of your jealous gauge in. But then the problem is, how do we install? Because it's not like Yappie is just gonna sit there and let you do it either. Especially when you're so low on life. There we go, curse. Can take the pop. But I guess overall like a net positive. Are we still low profile? Not quite so. Or I mean, I think you can't even low profile through Calamity 1. It's just a huge box of red in front of you. 10 seconds. Here we go. Backdash, one of the sickest backdashes in the game. So if you ever were hoping to get like back and forth kind of momentum on a character, Abba can kind of do it all. Move through the skies at blazing speeds, can backdash on a moment's notice, like the absolutely best frame data in the game for doing so. Punish here? No, just going for a slow 6 heavy. Because Yappie knew that there was nothing that PRIDUZ could have done anymore. You kind of have to take whatever comes next. Fighting for an opportunity to take lead in this set once again. We got a really short-lived install here. And it's pop goes the weasel. Guaranteed punish here with the throw. PRIDUZ in a really tough position. You can forfeit so much real estate as you spam these projectiles, and to make matters worse, because Abba is so bad on the mobility front, even if you do manage to like close in on the Testament, even if Testament gives away all of the real estate on the screen, as long as Saki's marker is on the screen, you have to RPS against possession as well. Speaking of possession, yep, there we go. Ooh, but this time PRIDUZ was in a really good position, tagging the landing with the far slash. Good RPS by Yappie. If you take the burst here, if you get bursted into the corner, PRIDUZ, even with like literally no HP to spend, could have kind of forced you in a guess your life kind of a situation. Now, trying to RPS, the Crow doesn't quite manage to jump forward out of it. Timing is everything. Ooh, Nostrovia from neutral? That works out, the trade is okay. The trade with the Nostrovia always in Testament's favor. Break the wall as well. PRIDUZ has 50 in the tank, but no juice to install. That's the most important part, I guess. Yeah, I respect the hustle. It's like the last-ditch Hail Mary effort to try to put the mode on. Block on the overhead. Ooh, sending a neutral Nostrovia again. I think this kind of makes a lot of sense against Abba, because Abba does not have an instant air dash in normal mode. An instant air dash tends to be like the primary way that you punish Testament for doing a neutral Nostrovia. It's a very slow super on startup. Ooh, Pocky Testament out of the 2P. Here we go. Full throttle, as they say. Forced into a pop here. Ooh, I kind of like this. So Yappie was previously using the 6 heavy to attack the opponent after the full pop after all. But if it's done from that kind of frame advantage, where you're only plus 10, then I think the startup of 6 heavy is so slow that you actually have time to just queue up a reversal parry for Abba and take the sort of guaranteed, what's the amount of jelly that you get out of it? Around 25? Into Nostrovia we go. We can take it to the corner. We can break if we want, or we can just let the curse linger. Oh, but this time, Yappie was in an unfortunate aerial position where you could not deliver a jump in during those 10 frames of guaranteed recovery. Or forced recovery, rather. Looking good for PRIDUZ. 6-ish seconds of hot, jealousy rage action. Yo! What is that tool? First time ever? Counter Blitz? Actually in the game? Unfortunately, not being able to bring it home with it, so that 50% burst is gonna be gonzo and never to be seen again. But I mean, that's definitely one way to convert like counter hits, especially for a character like Testament who kind of suffers from lack of conversions if you don't have a stain on your opponent. Ooh, this powers through, and we have the 50 tension as well. Yeah, really good routing here. Into no wall break. Look at how much resources, like how much tension PRIDUZ is building here. 2 more seconds left. Can we finish it up? Yappie knows. Guaranteed burst back to neutral. This ain't actually too bad for Yappie, I would say. Like, even though you have 0 life. Now, I think the only thing that Yappie has to be afraid of is if PRIDUZ manages to get 50 meter. That means Keeper of the Key is available. So throwing any fireball full screen is a risk. And like, it doesn't pay off either. Yeah, Yappie has been doing these like really, like, like really not super tight mix-ups, not super meaty kind of mix-ups with the curse after a wall break. I think PRIDUZ is starting to pick up on it. Great burst bait here towards the corner into guaranteed bust. That was not a true punish, so I think I wonder if Yappie actually knows. I wonder if Yappie is in the know how like exactly the pop frames do work. Because if you are paying attention and you know that you are finishing a combo where the other player is gonna go pop, the close slash is a true punish if you're standing point blank to Ava as she's popping. But I mean, it's new patch stuff, so it's sort of realistic to assume that not everybody knows the perfect ins and outs of a remade character like Ava. Nice usage of Crow, sends the neutral one on a trajectory that PRIDUZ can't quite evade the backdash in normal mode into. Here we go. Time to guess. Asshole finds the hit. We could dance out of the mode, which is what we do. Reroute into almost full amount of Jealous Rage. Oh, and this is tough. Keeper of the key. There's nothing you can do but to hold it. Was actually hit in the middle of the super. I think some of the hits of the super ended up uncomboing and then comboing again, which is, I think the only way that can happen. Damn, we are even. 5-5. Never seen this before. Another end stage bounty hunter set on our hands here as our Polish warriors both look for last 2 games to take it home. No, good parry here. It's definitely your preferred way how you would like to interact with Calamity 1. Yeah, we're on the layer. On the positive side of 50 Jealous Rage here. At a point where even a neutral install would be good. We don't even need a neutral one. Here's a reversal super. 8 seconds of unadulterated butchering. Here's a close slash into jump and mix up. Misses the key grab. Are we okay? Not a Buster Wolf, just a good old bust. Teleport out of there. Ah, I love it. PRIDUZ was awake, got the 2P, but not the Rekka ender, unfortunately. Might have been a little bit too far to connect, actually. Starting with the far slash once again. The jump angle from Yappie ends up being not good enough to escape. And this is surely gonna go into an install. Full 10 seconds, even if it's a soft knockdown, Keeper of the Key is an option. I reckon we don't even need to swing the Keeper of the Key yet. If we can put the opponent into like a absolute checkmate situation, then yeah, maybe you might go for a Keeper of the Key in this situation. But Yappie's running it back though. Routing, call out the girls. Have fun. Are we gonna go through the wall? Quite dropping it in the corner. Succubus marker is there. Nice choice there. Too heavy. One of the best anti-airs, even if you are in normal mode, because it covers like both sides. Still not enough. Situation dead even. Who's gonna go 6 points first? Just like delay there on the Crow cancel. Catches PRIDUZ coming down. Out of the mode. And now corner pressure. Normal mode Abba. Ah, yeah, that's it do be. It's so hard to hold Testament in the corner because you're moving so slow unless you're already in the striking distance. But as soon as there's like any distance between you and the opponent, oh, Keeper of the Key. Take this mix up. In fact, choosing to go for Danzai here this time around. This punishes. Only a soft knockdown though. Pro applied, gets the parry. So we are in install threshold technically. If we ever get to activate backstep out of one of Yappie's favorite mix-ups or favorite setups, I would like to say, to jump into like missed jump D into a throw attempt. Boom, boom. No matter how you look at it, this is gonna be enough damage. The cash out super PRIDUZ. Standing at the end of the road, looking for one more game if I haven't miscounted. I hope I haven't. Has had to endure many a round here, playing an excruciating game against one of the best zoners in the game. I mean, one of the few zoners as well. If you consider what roster we're working with. Ooh, possession into an overhead here. 5D tap into full conversion. Call the Nostrovia. And then going in just with a standard close slash, trigger the pop. And repeat. Now PRIDUZ completely out of the health resource here, which is arguably, depending on how you look at it, very important, but not so much. As long as the opponent doesn't get to swing at you, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that much. Ooh, the Succubus marker in a slightly ironic position here. Yappie still able to secure this one more hit. Can we make it 6 points even? I'm sure PRIDUZ at this point would love to wrap up the set and prevent Yappie from getting a say in. So far, looking like Yappie. Oh, never mind. I was about to say Yappie advantage, but whenever Jealous Rage is active, you have to think otherwise. Rekka, feeling a little bit of that jelly, but not enough unless you go straight into key grab, which just enables the mode, no questions asked. Will not build enough. It should be enough though. With the juggle, into key grab. Here we go. I think you can block here, even if you hit a button in that situation. Can probably still Kara cancel into FD. And there we go. Spend it all. Money, money, money. None of that we're gonna need. Set point PRIDUZ. Unfortunately cursed right off the bat and wall broken. This means a lot of resources coming in for Yappie. And no sort of, ooh, what's a big counter hit into max cash out as far as meterless cash outs are concerned. Ooh, okay, from a drop kick into bar slash activate. PRIDUZ is running out of the resources. Yappie only has to, ooh, that's so smart, into manual deactivate. The Rekka will build enough for the threshold to be fulfilled, and now cash out with a super. Hard knockdown and in the mode. Calamity 1 is active, or potentially ready to be used. But Yappie kind of out of the resources. Trying to make the best out of a sticky situation. Dancing around, gets clipped by Danzai! Kiddings? From a very tricky BRC situation, finds a low and secures it from a 5-5 into 5-6. Wowee, that getting clipped there at the end out of the teleport. That was tragic. It was there was potential to maybe get a punish there if you don't extend into Abba's hurt box, but alas, history will not unveil itself in that kind of way. And PRIDUZ ends up making a little bit of a comeback, I guess, because like the start of the set was definitely in Yappie's favor. Then ended up stabilizing, and then ended up bringing it home. But I mean, hey, it's a W for Team Poland in either way or in either case. Now we have some unanswered questions here because the thing with Light was we weren't sure if we can actually play this because Light had some unforeseen circumstances. So let's try to figure it out before we go. Either way, one way or another, we either have one more or none. From what we were talking about before the event started, there were a couple of potential gamers who could replace here, or could sub in. I guess we have an option here. So we only have Idaret here on Axel. We could ask their opinion, like what character would they love to play against, because this is kind of Idaret's set. And if they don't get Light, I guess it would be fair to ask their opinion and see if like what they want to play against, if anything. I mean, it's always an okay option. Like Bounty Hunters in its core is sort of based on being able to know who your opponent is ahead of time and then being able to practice against that player and that character ahead of time. So it's completely okay if you like want to bail out and don't want to play it. If you were practicing against your original opponent. What are the options here? Options are HiWill's Eno. Very nostalgic. We have Rat's... What did Rat play? Rat plays... Let me see. Was it Faust? I think Rat's always been a Faust player, right? Please hold as my resources are loading. Actually, Rat plays Bedman, huh? Okay, so I think from Idaret's side it was the pick was HiWill. So it's gonna be right. Because that's so cool. Because then the opponent is gonna be playing the same same character that you kind of probably prepared yourself for. It's still gonna be Ino versus Axel. That kind of works out perfectly. Like, I didn't even consider that. I was just thinking, okay, so we got like several different potential candidates, and they are playing characters A, B, and C. But of course, if one of the A, B, and C is the same character that was supposed to be playing in the first place, mwah, chef kiss. That's perfect. Okay. So let me bake HiWill in there. On the scoreboard. That will work out. That will work out. That HiWill work out. Also, there was like a question like, is it okay to use the, you know, battle pass color, which is I think one of the fancier ones, and I think I haven't seen it in action, but I don't think there's like any, like, as far as I know, there's no like it's not unethical like some really nasty colors in, you know, some fighting games that are just like impossible to tell what they're doing, or alternatively like tell them apart from the background. Oh, I'm losing my voice, so sort of glad that this is the last one of the evening, but one more for the road. Holy shit, it's gonna be late. I mean, we've had a lot of like super even matches today. I'm gonna be dead after this, but one more for the road. One more for the show. Ino versus Axel. A matchup that has been like extremely one-sided once upon a time in ancient Guilty Gear. For the sole reason that like Ino, as you may know, Ino is lacking some mobility options that like standard fighting game characters would have. Ino does not have a normal dash. Like when she dashes forward, she actually performs a very unique kind of like, I guess we call it in the industry the hover dash or float dash, hover dash? Yeah, hover dash. So she immediately takes off the ground as she approaches the opponent. And as you have it, Axel's spokes have always been like super good at dealing with airborne opponents. Like the 2B, his 5B, like almost all of his spokes kinda like tag Ino out of her dashes. Like it's really hard for Ino to historically make sort of progress on trying to approach Axel. And we've been watching a couple of zoner matches this week, like the 2 testaments that we had. This is a slightly different style of zoning that we're gonna see here from Axel. Axel is the Dalsim kind of zoner, shows with strikes instead of projectiles. But like luckily this matchup is, or at least allegedly, from what I've heard from Axel and Ino players, not as bad as it used to be in the past. In fact, I have heard arguments where some of the players say that it might even, in some versions of the game, be Ino favorite. Unsure about the validity of the claims, but you know, none of it in the end, none of it matters if there is a skill difference between you and your opponent. It's a very, very like skill expression oriented game. Very much a game where the better player has often won. I mean, a lot of competitive games tend to be like that, but especially fighting games, especially like older Guilty Gear. Alright, let's see how Will manages to sort of tread this obstacle course that is Axel Low. Ooh, getting punished there, trying to use the deflect shield. Only half of your burst gauge. is the more economic way of trying to weasel your way out of pressure instead of using the full burst, instead of going for deflect shield. Nice angle there. The double jump making HiWill slightly too inaccessible. Axel, of course, has all sorts of different pokes for basically all screen positions, if you will. Like, you would have to be at an absolute max distance and in the air to be able to, you know, be in a position where Axel just simply cannot poke to. Very close first round here. Right, minus, even punishable there on the S version of Stroke the Big Tree. Cleaves the incoming projectile as well. And remember, the Ino is definitely not Will's current main. Has been playing the Bedman for a very long time. Ooh, that was a cool wall stick. Although, unfortunately, as cool as it is, sticking your opponent high up on the wall is usually considered like a disadvantage. So you either lose your ability to go for like a super wall break, or, you know, have to work really hard breaking that wall if you actually want to go for it. All right. Oh, sorry, I'm actually... Frick, I have the wrong name here. I was supposed to...
Mankind knew that they cannot change society.
Take Light's name and replace Will with it. This should be the right assortment of players. Sorry about that. So of course we have Idaret on the right and HiWill on the left. Yeah, the Ino color is kind of wild. So if you actually want to get it, you still have a couple of days left. I believe the battle pass, the current battle pass, will expire in roughly 3 days. So if you desire any of these FOMO goodies, now is your time. Working with these lower commitment pokes, your P buttons, and the like, in order to keep Ino from getting in. 5P, extremely classic way of preventing the opponent from instant air dashing in, at least for standard characters. It kind of works really well against like Ino's float dash as well. Oh, sorry, hover dash. Ooh, got them with the rainwater. Yeah, and the score should be 1-0, of course. Thank you. Yeah, that should be all about the scoreboard in order. Okay, we're in though. And just like that, we're out. But Ino is also a character who can engage on a moment's notice. Can try to neutral skip with a lot of different ways. Stroke the Big Tree being one of them. If Axel tries to poke with like stuff like 5P, anything that is high profile, you can try to dive under with Stroke the Big Tree, which has pretty decent range. And then of course you have that tool, the Chemical Love. If Axel is trying to poke you, you do have your instant projectile. Unfortunately, like buttons like 2 heavy or 2P, I think give Axel enough low profile features to be able to dodge stuff. Here we go. Will on the board as well, with the swag colored Ino.
Knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting,
perhaps we have ourselves a match.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
One of the tools in the toolbox for Will has been like going super high angle and trying to send like a double jump projectile at Idaret, or alternatively what they did there, just going for the YOLO dive if you can see Axel committing to something really slow on recovery, such as like one of your Rensens. Or maybe even like a Whistling Wind. Right, speaking of which, double jump, trying to overcome those. Like, you would have to already be jumping at Axel to be like at a high angle to be able to dive under. Ooh, the snail actually finding its hit there, as well as trying to go for a dive. Very unsafe on block, of course, but you can create a lot of RPS with a tool that kind of just like YOLO beats your opponent's layer 1 strikes, because that'll make them second guess themselves as they kind of want to get the punish. Ooh, nice dive under there, under the 5k of the Axels. And now we're mixing it up with DJ Ino. It looks like Will kind of still got it in the blood, even though we don't necessarily play the Ino pick on a regular basis. It's working out fairly well. Setting the Whistling Wind again. It's also a premium opportunity to take a little bit of real estate, or deprave Ino of even more real estate than they have so far been depraved of. Whistling Wind works its magic once again, really hard to get over, and there's no going under that. I wonder, does it like nullify your projectiles as well? I think it nullifies Chemical Love, which is probably why Will hasn't been trying to poke through any of that. It's a bait. And knows the optimal punish as well. Jump between the hits. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not sure if that's the optimal punish, but that's at least the historically accurate punish. Will grasping the lead here early into our last set of the evening. I gotta say, I'm super happy about the frames not dropping at least today. So kind of looks like some of my encoding adjustments have not been in vain. Thank you, PC, for not chugging. Straight into the 6k. Got them with the yes, fully charged. Winter cherry? Into a swag combo. This could actually be a kill. Yes, indeed. The new sort of the stumble combos. When you see it, send the opponent reeling backwards for Axel. Pretty sweet. Axel's probably like in the best place that he's ever been in Guilty Gear Strive so far. So if you ever decide to play this handsome British guy, now's your chance. Yeah, of course, the Whistling Wind. Nullifying the incoming notes. Ooh, that's actually gonna get a small conversion. I guess from that range it's a little hard to full convert, but just knocking the opponent down is pretty good reward in itself for a zoner like Axel. Good 6p though. Ooh, this could be it. Get a strike when the iron is hot. Grasp every single straw that the opponent gives you. When you get in, on a character like Ino, when it's so hard to get in, you gotta make it count, just like so. Mixing it up, getting a throw in there, and then go with more of the traditional options of Ino. High-lows are generally the theme of the mix-ups of this character, and finds another one! 3-1. Will patiently utilizing the opportunities to get those mix-ups in. It does sometimes take a while as you're sort of trying to get through all those Axel pokes from full screen. But if there's a character that can take advantage of getting in there, for sure it is gonna be Ino, especially since like Axel doesn't really have like any true reversal outside of his reversal super. No DPs, no nothing. So you have like you have a couple of extra options compared to some of the more standard Shoto-like characters who would be able to present those DPs. Ooh, going under far slash, yes indeed. Ooh, but here's a blast from the past, the 2K anti-air, which this patch moves like that kind of lost their low-profile properties, but are still not too bad. It's still Axel's 5-framer. Doesn't quite get the juggle. Wanderer was attempting to go for a TK bomber there for max damage, potentially. Collides with the low follow-up of the Rensen. Ooh, and the footsies, both players whiffing a miss. Ooh, tapped him with the 5D. That might be it. We have 50 meters still. Unless the combo routing doesn't quite work out. 5D again. Will smartly standing up for the overhead and then backdashes for a punish. Drops the combo. Making it even. You drop some, it drops some. That's in the spirit of good sportsmanship. Of course, honestly, nobody ever drops their combos on purpose. We are all hungry gamers. Hungry for that W. Once again, low profile and under that chemical love. Will kind of at the end of the road here, having to spend the burst in order to not be put like in a checkmate situation, but checkmate it might be. The instant air backdash jump slash providing a fast overhead here. Idaret finally getting some success.
Mankind knew that they could
Thwarting the so far very dominant looking lead of Will's. Good read here. If there's something to be said about Ino's neutral game, it is usually like pretty committed. Like you do often have like just the heart rate option. Yeah, looks like the Whistling Wind does absorb the projectile. That's why it's so tough. Ooh, speaking of those committed options, when you manage to dive in, when you manage to read the right thing from Axel. Here we go, counter hit, that's gonna convert. In the corner, exactly where we want the boy. But Idaret manages to fight out of there. Ooh, this time the chemical lab does get in there. So even though the Whistling Wind itself, after it manifests, it does delete sort of the projectile from Stroke the Big Tree. But if you're holding onto it too much, if you don't manage to get the Whistling Wind out in the first place, then it's not absorbing anything, is it? Ooh, the tail end of it. It kind of looked like Idaret was almost in a position to block already, but not quite. Maybe it was crouching and that's why you got hit. Get them with the Rensen, the good old. Ooh, that's a fat conversion. Was that on an airborne opponent? Generally, like Axel's rewards are not that good if your opponent is just grounded and you're not getting any counter hits. Ooh, got them with the. Ooh, I think that's safe approach. A jump between the hits. In the jump heavy. Drop them into trade. That's in HiWill's favor. Will be forced to break the wall. And now, ooh, but the 2S for Axel recovers a little bit faster than the chemical love. One more good hit either way. Ooh, what RPS? So the super is invulnerable, and Idaret used the artist formerly known as Axel's command grab, but of course now is it's a low strike. What's it called? Winter Mantis? Mantis something? I think it's a Winter Mantis.
So instead of
It's a funny interaction there.
Duel 1.
Alright, the big read here, diving right off the get-go. I kind of had the right read there, waiting for a couple of frames. Alright, fine, I will dive in again, says Will. I'm tired of this looping charade. Let me just commit a little harder. Alright, the air approach from Idaret getting countered here. And into a good juggle, that should be a kill, yes indeed. Will drawing ever so closer to the goal post. Let's see if there's anything Idaret has to say about that. And if there's ever a time to break the opponent's momentum, it's when they're 2 games up on you. Nice, gets a Rensen out there before any of that junk goes active for Inno. Holding it, yeah, that's another way that you can introduce RPS. Going like between the immediate dive and just holding your air momentum and holding the dive. If the opponent is trying to go for like an immediate counter attack. We got the burst, and that should be a hit. We have 50 meter ready to go as well. Spaghetti on the floor. It's okay. It's okay. We bring it home. 5-2. 2 more for Will. And on the Idaret side, it's gonna be a little bit of a comeback story, forced if you want to bring this back and still win this set. But I think as far as matches tonight have been considered, we've seen crazier things, we've seen weirder things happen. Every single one of these Rensens is another sort of Winter Cherry potential RPS situation. It's tough though when you don't have any like life left to spend. And you're fighting against zoners in just about any fighting game. You are generally required to sacrifice at least a little bit of your life as you're blocking stuff, trying to go in. Ooh, a really effective series of reads here for Will. Gets in, baits the burst. Danger whip there, 2S. Good anti-air, but if you whip it, especially in front of your opponent. Here we go, YOLO dive. Finds its mark. Into command grab. We're breaking the wall. Looking good. This might be close to a kill. Not even close. It is gonna be the kill.
wins. Duel 3.
And then, what's the next development here on our latest saga? Getting pushed back to full screen. And at basically full screen distance, the Winter Cherry RPS is like, is it gonna be the instant cherry pop, which sort of like is, if you try to do anything about it, you're gonna get killed, versus the mode where Axel will delay it, and it's gonna be a slightly delayed, more delayed explosion that you can escape. But then if you block it, it's gonna be huge plus frames for Axel. The RP is that no matter what character you are forced to play. But I think on a character like Ino, who doesn't have a standard dash, I mean, it's even worse for like grappler type of big body characters who can't even dash to begin with. But like Ino at least has some mobility options in the air. I caught them into the mixer. We can have the hard knockdown here. Little execution error though. Happy little accidents maybe, or sad little accidents. This might be a sad one. Never mind. We're just resetting in here. Finding a 6p, looking for one more hit. Is it a high? Is it a low? Is usually the question that you ask your opponent. But then sometimes it might be a throw as well. That's still gonna be minus there. Stroke the victory. Even the S kind of block. Sorry, even the heavy kind of block. Straight into the Whistling Wind. We're trying to find a way in. It's looking, it always looks so tough, but then you have to understand, like, one good in for a character like Ino who is able to turn the momentum instantly, it's kind of a huge deal. And the Whistling Wind, perfectly timed there, absorbing the hit from Chemical Love. Save again. Ooh, that's a little bit closer. It looked like there were some interactions there for sure, of the aggressive kind. And like, if the status quo stays the same, and like Axel keeps on playing this Whistling Wind, you are slowly taking chip damage. So there is that ever-looming threat of not getting to do anything and just being forced to take a long-range poke after long-range poke, projectile after projectile.
Mankind knew that they cannot change.
Right, Idaret, looking much better than previously here. 5-4. Not looking desperate anymore. Maybe we've been able to figure it out. Because like the neutral game suddenly looks like way more comfortable for Idaret. I say that and immediately Will finds a YOLO dive in. Got it with the Aronson. Got it with the Winter Mantis as well. Able to evade the dive coming in. And then the closer to the end you draw. Ooh, we are in though now though. Unfortunately ends up spending the PRC here, so no juice here on the wall break. Watch to go back to neutral. Do or die kind of a situation. We definitely do. We definitely do, and if we don't, we die. We die trying. I think the sort of RPS was already set in stone here. If you play too passive, you're just gonna perish like a dog. So it's better to play. Ooh, nice escape here. Able to air dash past HiWill. Cornering. And what kind of options we have left here? Yeah, not a whole lot. But an important round here. This is a difference between HiWill going to basically the set point position kind of a deal, compared to Idaret being able to even it out 5 each. Probably the most important match of this set. Period. Going straight into the snail, and that calls out the Chemical Love. The double jump over. However, from the jump angle, we often forced to come down into loving anti-air, the loving interception of Axel. Backdash out of the dive as well. Deflect Shield works out pretty well against Idaret. But now as a result, we don't have any resources to spend for this defense, so it has to be organic. No dice though. Will goes up 2 games. At the most opportune moment, this is where it counts. 6-4. Don't say it. It's not gonna be the meme. Maybe. We'll see.
Mankind knew that they
But so far, it looks like it ain't gonna be it. Will, in a dominant position here, needs just a couple more ins to seal the deal. Let's see how Idaret's zoning is gonna look like here. It's gonna be a long game still. If Idaret wants to win it, it's gonna be a lot of RPS interactions that you will have to win. and many of them not very rewarding, let's say. I mean, they can be depending on the kind of hits that you're gonna score. But I guess in general, your game plan is gonna be try to play a little bit more safe. But I don't know if Idaret can afford to play it safe anymore. This might be it. Started with the 5 heavy. That sure does seem like a counter poke stroke the big tree. Double jump. Holding the momentum in the air. Straight out of the whistling wind again. Ooh, that's a clean air throw. That could be an in. Let's see if we can get out. The answer so far seems to be no, and Will looking for a potentially last interaction here. Ooh, just in the nick of time. The 5P from Axel comes in, but there's no hope anymore. Will has decided that he's gonna win this set no matter what, coming in with that Ino on a last minute to sub. Make the set happen and then take it home as well. GG's. Ooh, close one. What an evening. I'm gonna level with you, chat. This was a tough one. We've had so many we've had so many good games tonight, but holy moly, when you, from an average length event of 3 hours, you go to an event you have to cast for 4 hours, high pace, like endless action kind of a thing. It's a lot. It's a lot. So hope we got, lucky we got there in the end. Thank you everybody who were participants in the making of Bounty Hunters number 336. My brain is mush. And now, I think it's time to wrap it up. If you want to play next week, I think we are playing next week, right? We're probably gonna be playing next week. So, if you want to do it, if you want to join the next hustle, join our Discord. The sign-up forms are gonna be posted there in just a moment. And we'll try to, I'm gonna try to look for a good opponent for you. And we'll see you then, whether you be a participant or a viewer. It's all good. I'll see you next Sunday, same time, same channel, playing same game, same dirty games. Or clean ones if you're absolutely cracked. We'll see. See you next Sunday. Till then, stay safe. Bye-bye.